என்ன பண்றதுடா? ஏய் உள்ள வாடா.
வெயிலுக்கு கூட
Is the capacity to influence others through inspiration, motivated by a passion, generated by a vision, produced by a conviction, and ignited by a purpose. With this profound understanding, it's an honor and privilege to extend our warmest welcome to our beloved Dr. KPRCAS as she graces us with the presence at the KPR College of Art, Science and Research to deliver the felicitation address.
Good morning, one and all present here. It's my great honor and welcome to all my guests from national and international and respected Madam Principal Dr. Gita Ma'am, our convener of this conference, Dr. Sheduraman Sir and Balakrishnan Sir, and pillars of our School of Commerce, Dr. Shekhar Sir, Dr. Shanti, Dr. Kartika Ma'am, and Dr. Jyoti Ma'am, and CF Ma'am. Delegates from other institutes globally and our own area, our own children. Good morning once again. Good morning all. Yeah, the history of our School of Commerce. Today is a red letter day. So third time we are conducting the international conference in the academic year 23-24. With a matter of 3 months gap. Our first conference happened in the month of September 22nd. Our second conference happened in the month of Jan 30th, 24. This is the third conference in March 7th. Because how it's possible to conduct in 3 months gap, we believe the system of our leader, Dr. Gita, and the team of our faculty and students. This is possible. Which is not. The topic is banking technologies. Actually, our School of Commerce always have collaborate with institute for conducting conference. Why should we collaborate? The collaboration will help you for exploring our idea collectively. That's the way we are collaborate with. We are conducting the conference on the topic of banking innovations. They are all. Nowadays, our banking system totally transformed with the technological innovations. Early days, our banking system, we are the strong system of banking. 2014 onwards, we are on the right track of making our banking system in nil NPA. So NPA is there, but very few meager money is there. Compared to early days, our NPA was very high. NPA means non-performing asset, which means we are unable to collect debt money from the people. That is called NPA. Nowadays, the strong banking system, we can reduce NPA. This is the greatest achievement of our banking system. We should congratulate all the bankers of India this matter. International arena, our banking sector is a 3 major players in the international banking. One is JP Morgan placing a first place. Number 2, Commercial Bank of America. Third one is Industry and Commercial Bank of China. These are all 3 banks globally played a vital role on the banking transformation, the technology as well as market cap. Come to our Indian scenario, HDFC banks are playing a major market capital that amount of 10.57 lakh crores. Number 2, ICICI, the rate is 7.14 lakh crores. Third one is State Bank of India, 6.63 lakh crores of market capital. Finally, Axis Bank, 3.44. You think about this kind of market capitals indicates because of their transactions, their handling of customers, their services, everything's included. This is what our banking system strong enough. This is a background. We fixed it on the title of innovation, transformation in the banking side. This is the conference is organized by Department of Banking and Insurance and the Department of Information Technology joined together with Asia Pacific University to have a topic like this is the background of conference. The aim of conference means our banking and insurance and commerce children, they have to enhance their knowledge on the banking technologies and matters, for which today many delegates are here, they're sharing their knowledge on this perspective. Today, we received 175 research paper from 37 colleges. Outside registration 300, inside registration 300, around 600 registration happened today. This is for about the today's conference success. Then I come to as an remarkable achievement of school is every year we have to culture to conduct the conference. That to the particular year happened for 3 conferences. The every conference get over, our habit is to announce next conference also with the permission of our principal ma'am. Next conference will be in the month of August middle. Topic is Gen AI in on financial matters. This is an overall idea of the conference. The exact theme will be announced soon, sir. Once again, I congratulate the entire team of Department of Banking and Insurance and Information Technology, particularly Dr. Balakrishnan sir and Dr. Seduraman sir, Dr. Davamani madam, Dr. Hemlata ma'am, Dr. Indrapriya ma'am, Dr. Vinayak, Dr. Srinivasan, Dr. Hausalya. Their support is very tremendous. We have a small group, the particular department, with the help of able support of our students. I'm proud to say, without my children, definitely the conference happened like. So with your support, today I'm very proud to welcome you all once again. I congratulate you all for participating in international conference. So we'll see you on the next conference on August middle 2024. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. We anticipate your enlightening words. Leadership is the art of empowering others to believe in themselves, achieve things they never thought possible. This quote, I'm pleased to welcome Dr. T. Sanjay Kumar, Associate Professor and Head of Sustainability, Asia Pacific University, Malaysia, to present the special address. We welcome you, sir.
photo எடுக்கலாம்
ஸ்டோரி இறக்கணும்
How are you all? All these conferences, as ma'am was mentioning, I think a lot of effort from your team, the students team, the faculty team.
இறங்கி காமிக்கிறது நேர்ல காமிக்கிறது நல்லா இருக்கும்.
And thank you for inviting me. Your management, the principal, so I'm not going to take long. Kind of short presentation, so you can kind of relax. I try to share some of the ideas with my own, what I've been experiencing in terms of banking. Probably if you look at the idea behind banking, it's a mechanism with which the government wants to distribute the money. That's how it's been. So that's all. That's how it's been. But these days, the evolution is questioning the role of government. For example, if you look at the Bitcoin, which normally come across, probably you all know better than me. The coins are based on algorithm, which means not backed by the government, which is a fiat coin, which is a fiat currency, which is democratization of the whole thing, which means that the government is no longer in control. So that is one reason in some of the countries, you know, the allowing these kind of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies is still kind of under evolution. And in our case, of course, the case of India, we are experimenting with the CBDCs, our own central bank digital currency CBDC. So these are all the short, in short, like what's been happening in the last few years. Sorry, just give me. Sorry, I think it's not working. Yeah. Okay. So this is going to be the theme for my presentation. One is the challenge, which is going to be a bit short. The technologies, and then what are the possibilities and what could be the outcomes. So if we look at the challenges part, there is a large section of unbanked and underbanked population in India. Even though we take pride in the mobile penetration, even if we look at countries like Malaysia, like Bangladesh, our own country, we take pride in mentioning that there is so much of mobile penetration and there is so much of mobile payment. And just moving on to the second one, the slow and cumbersome banking process. For example, if I want to transfer money back from India to Malaysia for my own purposes, I was traveling to Bangalore last week trying to transfer the money, but the demand is we should go to the home branch. You cannot transfer the money from some other branch. So these are kind of increasing the cost, which you find as the second one, that is the higher transaction cost. And sorry, I think the previous one. And the third one is the limited credit history. Even if you look at the mobile phone, there is penetration. But if you look at most of the connections are prepaid, not postpaid, which means that many of the consumers do not even have the credit history to get a postpaid connection. And this means that we don't have data for about the consumers. And the next one is the understanding. How much do we as individual consumers and how much do the businesses understand about these banking technologies and how this can be put to use. And the last one, as others were mentioning, the regulation part. Banking is one of the most regulated industries in the world, and in case of India, this is still more regulated compared to the other countries. So this could come in the way of innovation. So let's take a look at what are the other possibilities in terms of technology. So maybe the next one, please. Yeah. One is a mobile, which all of you know, probably know better than me. That is banking anywhere and anytime. The other one is artificial intelligence, which means that we're going to have customer support, which is going to support in terms of fraud detection, which is going to personalize, like it knows what is my income, where should I invest, these kind of investment ideas. And the other one is a big data analysis, which means that we are connecting data points which are normally not available. For example, we look at India, it's a credit bureau which always provides the scores. But what if somebody does not have a bank account? What if they are from an unconventional finance part? Let's say he's a big agriculturalist, but not even having the bank account. Most of the transactions are cash based. Of course, we are trying to move away from this kind of idea, but they are not captured by the current system, which big data in a way we are trying to understand. And the other one is blockchain. Even looking at common things like certification. Is it a vegetarian? Is it halal? Is it something that we have to depend on? Is it a cold chain if it is vaccine? How do you know? Let's say I'm transferring money to Malaysia. I'm saying that I'm going to transfer for the education of my kid, which means that it's not taxable. But after moving the money to Malaysia, let's say I'm going to use it for some other purpose. How do you track that? So blockchain could probably answer these kind of questions. And of course, the cybersecurity part, I think you all know, with things like Paytm happening. So probably we are close to an evolution, but at the same time, there are a lot of challenges as well when it comes to the modern banking technologies. And the last one may be a bit new for you. There is open banking, there is data sharing through third-party apps is something which is coming up. So let's see how these are going to be applied in the financial inclusion part. Maybe the next one, please. In the financial inclusion part, to increase the efficiency, to improve access to credit, and for more informed decisions and in terms of innovation and competition. So if we look at financial inclusion, it's one, the local language. For most part, you go to a bank, you find that it's a kind of sensitive point, find the forms in Hindi. And for example, I don't know Hindi, so how do I read and how do I fill up these kind of forms? So this probably kind of answers these questions. Local languages, remote access, I can access my bank account sitting in Malaysia, I can operate, I can transfer money. So these are some things. And in terms of AI, education could come in and customer service as well. Like if I want to interact with my banking manager, it's always possible with this. And let's see, what is the broad outcome? Of course, these are individual examples, but if we look at the broad outcome, next one, please. If we look at the broad outcome, a report by World Bank, it shows that more than 145 million people can be lifted out of poverty. You may ask, like, why are we discussing about poverty and economic growth? Any thoughts on how poverty could stop economic growth? So one major problem is the poverty. You find that there are people who are getting richer and richer. You find there are people who are getting poorer and poorer, which means that we are not looking at overall economic growth. And that's why the financial inclusion becomes important. And financial inclusion, mobile banking technologies, they become important in this case. And it helps the transactions. I was traveling around Bangalore, trying to make a payment just on the roadside. They accept Paytm, they accept like mobile payments, which is quite uncommon, which was quite uncommon a few years back. You can walk to any shop and you just need to have your mobile with you, which means, are we looking at just convenience or is it more than that? Can we just put all this in one single word, convenience? Don't you think we are contributing to the growth? Look at it from the trader's perspective. The trader doesn't have to have a cash register there. He doesn't have to have somebody manning the cash. So the transfer can happen immediately and no need for credit as well, like waiting for 5 days or waiting for 10 days for the money to be transferred, which from a business perspective, especially from the SME perspective, the mobile and the instant transactions, they are really helping out the small businesses. It means we have more participation. So moving on to the next one, the blockchain, especially cross-border payments. If I have to transfer my money from India to Malaysia or from Malaysia to India, either way, I keep transferring the money for various purposes, for personal reasons. Usually we transact in two different currencies. I transfer the money from Indian rupee to USD, and then the USD is converted to the Malaysian ringgit. Any reason why do we do this? Why not just buy the Malaysian ringgit? Why not just convert the Malaysian ringgit to Indian rupee? Have you been watching the direction of the Indian rupee, how volatile it is, how strong or weak it is? Have you been watching the news? Maybe you should, because that is kind of very important for the economic growth as well. How strong an economy partly depends on the currency strength as well. Most of the banks, they do not want to deal with the Indian currency. We may think of many things when we think about India, but the fact is most of the currencies are very strong and the Indian currency is kind of a bit weak, which means that most banks do not want to deal with the Indian rupee and they prefer to deal with the US, which is the default. And it means it's a higher transaction cost for me at an individual level. So I have to convert it to USD and then the USD to Malaysian ringgit. I'm paying the commission 2 times. Now just replace me with a business. Take away me from the scenario. Let's say it's a small business which has an export or import involving Malaysia. Each time you're raising an invoice, each time you're receiving payment, are you going to keep paying the money 2 times? Are you going to keep paying the fees 2 times? Which is the second point that I was trying to mention. There is a transaction cost. So in case of blockchains, the transaction cost could be reduced. You can ensure that the data is secure. It's kind of changed the whole scenario about the banking. You can keep track of money from which point to which point it reaches, who made the payment, all these kind of data can be captured using blockchain. And of course, the big data point of view, access to credit. We do not know about many consumers, so it's become kind of easier to have data. Can we have the next one, please? So blockchain, it could reduce the processing cost. The point I'm trying to make is, instead of me converting Malaysian ringgit to USD and then the USD to the Malaysian ringgit or whichever way, I don't have to involve in multiple transactions. Each time I'm paying the transaction cost, which means that I'm saving much money and it's going to partly contribute in terms of the economic growth. And it also helps to come up with new ideas. Have you come across the company called WISE, WISE? Maybe you can check later. They help in transferring money from one point to the other point. You don't have to go through the banking system all the time. So these are innovations which are coming up. Next one, please. And the third is the data points. We have access to a lot of data. Maybe using the mobile information, we have access to all the consumers. Why are we boasting about the mobile penetration? Why India takes pride in boasting about the mobile penetration is you have so much of wealth of information with some mining. We know what is the spending pattern, for example. We know every day this consumer from which point to which point is he traveling, from which point he's making a purchase, which is a store he's regularly buying, and what kind of products does he buy? Does he use mobile? What mode of transport? Is it a train route? Is it a bus route? Which is he taking? Is he driving? All this information means even if credit score is not available, by analyzing all this, you can know about the consumer. And of course, it comes with growth. So can we look at the next one, please? So basically, the idea is credit scoring. So it could help the small businesses especially. And small businesses, unlike the bigger businesses, they don't have access to credit. You may think you go to a bank, you apply, submit a project, you get the loan. Do you think it's that easy? You have some idea, you go to a bank. What do you think is the first thing they're going to ask you? Backup? Yeah, collateral. If you don't have collateral, somebody has to sign for you. And that's why people like Sridhar, they are there. If the normal banking route is not going to help, then there comes the venture capital. There comes the venture capitalist who is going to chip in, who is going to take a higher risk. And that's why the loan is a bit expensive as well. And that's a different story. But anyway, these are areas which could be scope for growth. And yeah, next one, please. I just have a couple of more. Maybe I'll take some questions after this. I know you're kind of getting into in my classes, I used to joke like we have something called as a PowerPoint coma. So you have the PowerPoint on and somebody starts speaking on the podium, and the next thing is you're realizing that you're floating on the cloud. Yeah. So please come down from the cloud. So we'll get back to this in a while. Yeah. And in Malaysia, one common, I've been there for some years, so some of my examples are related to Malaysia. One common example is people very young, they get married around 30s and they declare insolvency. Do you think why? Any guess? You get married and get insolvent as well. Sorry, ma'am. They have spent their entire life saving and taken so many loans for the wedding ceremony. And after a couple of months, they cannot repay the loan. It's not that the wife or the husband is shocking. It's that you spend mindlessly so much on the wedding. For my wedding, I just bought a wedding card that was 1 rupee. What do you do with the wedding card? Read, I'm going to frame and put a picture in your home. Is it you're going to throw up in the dustbin after the marriage? So why do you want to spend like 500 rupees on a card? Who's going to teach you all this? Are you going to listen to your parents? Are you going to listen to your lecturers? Gen Z, you know the answer, right? But if the system is going to probably advise you that this is a card which is value for money, probably you listen to that because that is more personalized. It's not a direct example, but I can give you another example for personalization. We use Google Maps. You know, I cannot remember the way. Even in Coimbatore, I get lost. I don't remember the way much. We were driving yesterday night from my home to the airport. I was using the phone, Google Maps. My wife was using the same phone, Google Maps, but the time was shown differently. My wife's Google Map showing 5 minutes additional, and my Google Map showing like 5 minutes lesser. Any guesses what is happening here? Personalization. The phone knows normally at what speed my wife drives. The phone knows normally at what speed I drive. So it estimates the time based on our driving style. If driving can be made so efficient, why not use the system for educating the youngsters for financial management? Have you come across the term robo-advisors? Yeah, so you know, it's already happening. So when the system comes into picture, sometimes we are not really too keen on sharing sensitive information with persons. You ask me to share my medical information with my friends, probably in my family, I wouldn't be very comfortable with that. But if it is a system, then probably I'm okay with keying in the data, getting some advice. So it's the same thing which happens with the financial part as well. So this is one which you find in the third point, personalized investment. So if you're going to spend $1 million on the marriage, the computer is going to say no. So yeah, maybe next one. But from a broad perspective, the growth in the financial services industry is what we are trying to look at. That's around 4.2 billion in new revenues. When Krishna Engineer, I started teaching like so many years back, maybe I lost track like 10 or 20 years back. Where I used to teach a subject called MIS, and there was a cartoon which I usually show. The cartoon shows a dog typing, and the caption is, "Nobody knows you're a dog." 20 years later, when I'm teaching fintech, I'm using the same cartoon, but the caption is, "Everyone knows that you're a dog." 20 years back, nobody knew that it's a dog that is operating. There's so much of data, there is so much of transparency that we know about each and every one. Your Aadhaar, for example. You give your PAN card, you give your Aadhaar card, you know, you took a credit card 20 years back, that's still there. The information is still there. You can access that. We know who you are. So that is a kind of intrusiveness from a philosophical viewpoint I don't agree to. But from a financial viewpoint, financial prudence perspective, yes, that makes a lot of sense. I don't want somebody snooping into my bank account and saying, "Hey, you spent so much for your wife. You spent so much for your daughter." This is something personally I don't like, but a banker needs this information for financial prudence, and basically leads to savings, and savings is going to trigger more economic growth. Yeah. Last one, please. So innovation, what could be innovation? I think Mr. Sridhar was probably showing across, which from a tech perspective, the growth in tech, the growth in the IT, all most of the time has been revolving around the financial systems. The so-called IT growth, all this, the hidden part is most of the information, the data, the software is all revolving around the financial systems, which means that fintech is going to be a driving force when it comes to competition. When it comes to competition, it means that we have better services, we have less cost. Same, last one, please. Same example, I have bank accounts in two different banks. I approach one bank for transferring the money, they quote a different rate. I approach another bank for transferring the money, their rate is different. Competition. Which one do you think I'm going to choose? 20 years back, do you think it was possible? You had to depend on the banker. You had to beg, transfer the money. Today, I can bargain. I can see like which one is a better bank for transfer. Not really go behind the state-owned banks begging for transactions. Sorry, if it's a strong word, but this is how the technology has evolved, which has come to our doorstep, which is kind of helping us. Fast time, I think you all know. You come to APU, you won't find any. That's just like winding up. You come to APU, you won't find any of the students carrying cash. Most likely, when in some of your Indian campuses as well, the same. Your ID card is linked. You top up your card. You go to the library, you go to the shop, buy anything, top up, go back, use it for the college bus, all with one card, which is what is fintech, which is what is the integration which you're talking about. And yeah, really last one, huh? Just keeping you going. Huh? Okay, so it's not just convenience. The point I'm trying to drive is it's not just convenience. It's more than that. The mobile or the inclusion or whatever we have been discussing about is it's not just convenience. It's more than that. So it's efficiency. How fast can I get my money transferred? If I replace my own self with a small business, it makes a lot of difference. A small business, they need the money immediately. They cannot wait for 15 days. They cannot wait for 1 month. So shorter the time period, better. Access to credit as well. So this is another, and individual perspective, of course, we don't want to break down after marriages, and marriage breaks down. So, and of course, the innovation. So that this is it. So if there are any questions, I'd like to take. If no questions, I think, thank you all for inviting me. And, yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Leadership is not about titles, positions, and flowcharts. It's about one life influencing another. With this note, I would like to welcome Dr. K. Balaji, Chairperson, Department of Management and Commerce, Amata Vishwa, Vidyapitham, Mysore. We welcome you, sir.
So before going into the PPT, very good morning to all. And I'm really thankful to the organizers of this international conference, respected principal, madam, dean, faculty members, students. So today we are witnessing a wonderful international conference, which is very relevant for today's commerce students, especially in the area of banking. So the topic also rightly chosen. I don't know who has chosen the topic. It right, and it has got an impact for the next 5 to 10 years from now. That is where all of us are here to know few aspects of how the banking sector operates and how the banking will be in the future. In fact, we had two good speakers who spoke earlier about the technology phase, especially given by Sri Sridhar sir, and he has really pointed out what is the technology shift from one decade to other decades, right? Let's say before 18, in the 18th century, how it was, in the 19th century, how it was transformed into the digital cash ledgers, and later on, how he took the new technologies and how it is helpful in today's context. So all these are really helpful for all of us to know, understand how technology plays a pivotal role in the banking sector, because banks are like blood in human beings. It is one of the very important aspects in the financial system, be it any country, be it in India, be it in US or any part of the world. Banking is very, very fundamental, and it has got a lot of benefits to the society. So now, today, after Sridhar sir spoke, Dr. Senthil sir also highlighted many things in a very funny way, incorporating marriages and things like that in the banking transactions, how things are working. And he also highlighted how what are the challenges faced by him in terms of transferring money in a digital world today. Though we are in the digital world, but certain times we face certain challenges, especially when you are moving from one country to other country. There are a lot of challenges in terms of the currency fluctuations, volatility, etc. So wonderfully given all the two speakers with a lot of insights on the topic. So my perspective on today's topic is, again, I'm going to take on with the technology and other aspects. So I am going to have one small case study. Case study in the sense how Indian banks are very stronger when compared to other banks across the world. So to cite an example, before me start the topic, how many of you know that in US in the year 2023 alone, how many banks failed? I'm talking only in 2023 alone. I'm not talking some 10 years back. So there is a context to it. I'll come back to it. So anybody knows how many banks in US failed in the year 2023? I'm not talking about 10 years back, just 1 year back. Any idea? Any numbers you have in mind? It is 55 banks. 55 banks in US failed in the year 2023 due to various reasons. Okay, though we are all in the technology world, technology driven world, and US is much ahead of us, and we don't find any one Indian bank failed because of one simple reason. In the year 2023, do you heard any Indian bank failed? Yes, we have a lot of banking crisis. I don't deny that banking crisis is there in India. But when you talk about failure aspects in India, especially in the banking sector, do you pinpoint any particular bank? Sir, this bank is failed in the year 2023 because of this reason. This bank is not in operations. Yes, we have a lot of challenges faced by banks, digital banks today. Paytm is in deep trouble. All those things are fine. My question to you is, why 55 banks failed in US? Why none of our Indian banks failed? Any specific reason you wanted to identify? Yes. How strong is our Indian banks are? Be it public sector banks, be it private sector banks, be it commercial banks. So that is a point which I am trying to give you certain insights about how India is very strong in economics, as well as we are going for economic superpower in 2047 with the Honorable Prime Minister laid during the last budget. If you remember, Amrita Khan, it was laid down by our Honorable Prime Minister in the last budget, saying that he has set a vision for our India for the year 2047, 100 years of independence. So with the same base, in the next year, that is in the current year, when Nirmala Sitharaman Madam presented an interim budget on 1st February 2024, she again pointed out the same Amrita Kal in a different way with the Vikshit Bharat 2047. So every year they are having vision towards our economic growth. So the topic is also very clear, saying that role of modern and innovative banking technology towards global economic growth. So our Prime Minister believes in Vasudeva Kudumbam. So which means oneness. Wherever you go, whether it is in India, whether it is in US, whether it is in any country for that matter, all of us are believed to be one. So in that, we are, if India is going to grow, definitely other countries will also going to go, because India has got a potential in many aspects. One important thing which I wanted to highlight is the amount of population we have, 142 crores population. That is our basic strength. So with that strength, though we have a lot of challenges in any segment, any system as we face, whether it is an Indian financial system or banking system, we come across a lot of challenges, but we know how to overcome those challenges, because here we have a pakka regulatory system that works. So the system will take care of everything. That is the unique aspects of India, and that is showing the economic growth to the global level. Now, to highlight that, I don't know how many of you remember when our honorable, see, I'm taking slightly about Modi, because there are few things which I wanted to highlight. When our Prime Minister visited US in 2014 and addressed the people, in the members of the parliament in US, at that point of time, India was 10th global economic leader in the world. Today, after 10 years, today, if he has gone to US, now we are in 5th position. So he brought so many changes in the Indian financial system. So what I'm trying to say is, lot of changes in the Indian financial system, which leads to economic growth, which is going to lead us for the next 25 years to become superpower in the year 2047. So with that note, I'm just going to give you few insights on how India navigating the banking crisis. That is the small kind of case study I've taken with some few data to tell how strong India is when compared to majorly developed countries like US and China. So can we go to the next slide? Okay. So in this slide, what is that you are seeing on the slide? Any data interpretation on the slide? Current status of Indian bank. $100, $100 billion bad loans, 70% are from public sector banks. Very, very important data. $100 billion. Am I audible? So, $100 billion bad loans. How it started, especially in India. I'm talking from the Indian context. So, I'm going to divide the context into three different phases. Before 1991, what has happened after Manmohan Singh opened up the gate with regard to liberalization and privatization, what happened to India and how the banking sector improves, and those days, what are the NPAs, and now what is the right now what is the NPA we have in our country. I'm going to show you with the data. Especially the see, if you look at this particular graph, which talks about non-performing assets. I think madam has given an explanation about non-performing assets. So non-performing assets means if you lend money to someone and if someone is not going to repay the principal and interest, that becomes the non-performing assets. So when somebody gets the money and not able to repay, majority the business houses. So who the banking sector, the people in the banks will be lending to all business people. So when you want money, when any business person sir, suppose if KPR Ramaswamy sir wants money, definitely will depend on the banking system to get the money. So he is one of the richest, top 100% in the world. Definitely he may able to repay it on time. So when the bank is identifying such person to give loans, potentially you will get back the loans, and that is called as standard assets. So standard performing assets, there is no question about lagging payment to the banks. But there are certain people, business houses, where they will get money. They at the end of the day, after say 5 years, 10 years, due to business failures, due to negative profits, they are not able to pay the money on time. That becomes the non-performing assets. So if you look at the non-performing assets growth story, in the year 2008 and 9, it has come down to the level of 0 to 5%. 0 to 5% in Indian banks, especially the public sector banks. So 0 to 5% is a phenomenal amount of achievement, because we had 25% NPA in the year 1991. That has drastically come down to 2008 as 5%. And look at the graph again going back to 15%, sometimes in 2017-18, where we got lot of non-performing assets because of the fact the money lent to the people who doesn't have the financial capability to repay. That was done in the year 2008 to 2012. You all know how India was during the regime 2004 to 2014, though we claim that Dr. Manmohan Singh is one of the best educated person in the world. In spite of all his educational background, economic background, whatever he has done between 2004 to 14, that leads to lot of NPAs, which amounted to say again 15%, 10%, 15% in the year 2018. One good example I can say is, you all know Punjab National Bank. Punjab National Bank is one important bank which is coming out from the public sector, which has failed in the year 2018 with more than 10,000 crores exposure to the outsiders, especially people like there are many people fly-by-night operators, Kingfisher. So many people borrowed money, and we don't know where they are now. And more, what this government is trying is, they are trying to bring all the money back into the system. So that is where the complete NPA story, if you look at, It is because of very poor regulatory measures at that point of time, very poor lending rules followed at that point of time. So there is no pakka rule followed while lending the money. If you lend 10 rupees, you have to be very careful whether that person is going to repay 10 rupees or not. That carefulness, if you are not taking in the banking system, definitely at some point of time, your banks will definitely fail. But in our Indian system, more than the failures, how our Indian banks are recovered from such failures because of we have the strong regulatory measures. That is what I am going to talk in the next 5-10 minutes. I'll close it quickly. Say, for example, soaring bad loans given to a lot of promoters who have got nexus with the politicians. Many politicians who have got nexus with the entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs, they wanted to start business, and sometimes without any idea, without any business background, they start because they know a particular MP or say MLA who is very close to the banking system, and they approach those people. Easily they could get hundreds of crores to their pocket for starting up business. But what happened? You lend money 100 crores, 200 crores, but who is going to repay? These people are just connected with the politician without knowing proper functions in the business, without knowing the basics of business. They got the money, they cheated the entire bank. So the soaring bad loans happened. If you remember, this incident was happened between 2004 to 2008. So many people got so many. See, whatever money you want, you tell the amount of money. The moment you tell the amount of money to the bank, you will get the money deposited in your account in the next 5 minutes or 10 minutes if you have the nexus with the right person, especially the politicians. That is what happened in those days. Regulatory challenges, we don't have them. Proper regulation. Today we have insolvency and bank currency code, which was introduced in 2016. Earlier there is no such thing in practice, and we also have asset quality forbearance. So those things, those regulatory aspects are completely missing, or even if there is a regulatory measure, we are not able to follow the regulatory measures because of political pressures. So that completely spoiled the banking system. And weak capital positions. So weak capital positions in the sense there is no infuse of money into the banking system. So if you look at 2015, then at that point of time, government felt, okay, there are a lot of NPAs is going to happen. Let us infuse slowly money into the Indian banking system. At that point of time, 3.1 trillion rupees has been brought into the system by the Indian government in the year 2016 to safeguard our banks, because the capital is very weak at that point of time, and a lot of governance issues. Governance issues are very majorly possible in many of the public sector banks. That is where at one point of time consolidation happens. There are 27 public sector banks. After Modi government come into picture, what he said is public sector bank accounts for 70% of NPAs. Now what he did, he put all the 27 banks into 12 banks. So why that mergers are happened between 2017 and 18 to bring consolidation in the banking system. So that is the robustness which we have in the Indian banking system, which is not there in other banking systems. Though we are talking about innovative banking technology, though we are talking about what will happen in the next 15 years. So whatever we do today, definitely the strong measures taken by the government that will withstand forever without any failures in place. So that is where, if you look at Silicon Valley Bank or let's say Republican Bank or so many banks, I told you 55 banks failed in the year 2023 alone, but we never had one such failure in the year 2023. So that is the regulatory aspects which is taken care by the ruling party or ruling government, where they try to protect our public money. It is all public money. We are all relying on banking system. We are all depositing money for our day-to-day food, health, and education. So if banking system is collapsed, then who will bear those money? So that is the guarantee which is given by our government. So now, see, if you look at the banking crisis and its impact on economy, when the GDP is growing at some rate, probably sir will, Janagiram sir will highlight on the economic aspects. I'm not going to touch on the economics part. So when the GDP is growing, naturally it shows that lot of productions, lot of manufacturing is happening in-house. So when you say in-house manufacturing happens, in-house business is going to flourish, which means these businesses or houses are going to borrow money from the Indian financial system. That is the bank. So they approach banks to get more money to start their own business. So when those things are happening, when GDP is growing at a very fast rate, till 2004, suddenly banks also thought, okay, let us give money to all the business people, whether they are a good promoter, whether they are doing very good business model, they don't look into the intricacies of the business. Just like that, because the economy is growing, we also wanted to increase the credit limit. We also give money to whomever you want, whether X or Y, whether he knows the business or not. Let us give money. Let us promote entrepreneurs to get maximum money out of it. So that credit has enhanced during that period, and that resulted in so credit availability was there, but unfortunately it is not given to the right person. That is the major issue. Now, because of that, investors' confidence is lost. Economic stability. We have a very strong economy when compared to other countries. Though that is why we are forcing towards say from 10th number to the 5th position today. So we are marching towards 2047, about 35 trillion economy in the year 2028. So in the next 4 to 5 years, we will definitely bring and achieve those targets. It is only because of good economic conditions in the country, definitely the banking system will also flourish. Because there is a very, very great interconnection between the economy and the banking system. So because of that only our country is able to survive, and we don't have much failures. We have all transparency in place. Regulatory measures are taken strictly and no issues about the regulatory failures.
Yeah,
Hope you all aware, that is what we are talking in the last few minutes about root cause of NPA. So the main root cause of NPA, non-performing assets, is because of poor lending. So when you do poor lending, there is no point where you can recover the money back from the promoters. So a lot of effective policy level reforms are taken, especially the recapitalization part is happening. The recapitalization part from the year 2018 onwards, Indian government is infusing about $33.7 trillion into the banking system. So $33.7 trillion is a huge money whether they are infusing into the Indian banking system, which means they are given as a capital to all these banks. So when the capital structure is very strong, when you have a strong equity base, you don't fail. So that is a major point which, and of course, technology point, I'm not sure about technology part. Technology part, most of, I think sir has spoken, Sanjay sir has spoken, and Sridhar sir has also spoken about what are the upcoming technologies, including blockchain. So, of course, the final point is the stakeholder collaboration. How the stakeholder is going to collaborate with each other so that the system will not fail. So that is most important, and collaboration among the government agencies, collaboration among the regulators, industry, all are interconnected. If you have a strong collaboration, you will never get into the failure mode. So that is why Indian banking sector, though we say banking crisis, but we never fall in the trap of the crisis. We are in the crisis, but we know how to come out of the crisis. That is the beauty of our Indian banking system. So then, so globally, there are best practices are followed. One such best practice which is followed across the globe is Basel III norms, which we introduced in the year 2015. I don't know how many of you know about Basel III. Basel III is nothing but if you are going to provide money to say 100 rupees to X, you should have a provisioning of that proper provisioning should be done in your income statement. You know, provision for doubtful debts, right? All of you are BCom students. What do you mean by provision for doubtful debts? When you know somebody is not going to pay, you create a provision in the income statement to safeguard yourself in the future, which means if I'm lending 100 rupees, I'm putting 15 rupees on provision saying that I'm not going to use this 15 rupees for any purpose, not lending purpose, any purpose. I'm going to keep it as a reserve. Okay. So that when other countries are saying this Basel III is strictly followed in our country, when some other countries are saying 9% of provisioning can be done, we strictly follow minimum 12% of provisioning to be done in our income statement. So that extra 3%, why we are taking is to prove ourselves that at any point of time, our banking system will never fail. That is one of the reasons where we have a strong provisioning done in the income statement, and we strictly follow the Basel III norms. So these are all some of the global practices when we follow, never our Indian banking system will fail. And of course, we are also creating public awareness about bringing transparency to the system. What are the drawbacks in the system? We are bringing to each and every customer. And today, every customer knows about how to transact. To highlight on the digital mode, I remember in 2017, when P. Chidambaram was talking in the parliament, saying that how you are going to make the payment to the vegetable vendor, 10 rupees, 15 rupees. Are you making any jokes in the parliament? He asked Prime Minister Narendra Modi at that point of time. And it was really kind of today how we are witnessing, even number they will have that scan code on the top of the head, and if you want to give 10 rupees, you can scan it and pay. So that is the revolution which we are bringing in the system. So that is all because of these kind of measures taken by the government, and that is why we are safe today, though there are globally a lot of challenges faced by other countries, but we never get into the trap of failures into the banking system. And that is what I wanted to highlight through my presentations. Probably I have gone through a few research papers on that, and 3-4 research papers have been taken for this presentation, especially origin of Indian NPA crisis from Columbia University. There is one person called Deepak and Neeraj. He has written one paper. Similarly, I have gone through 3-4 research articles which talks about the Indian banking crisis, how we are moving forward though we face a lot of challenges in our country. So with that note, I am concluding my topic on how we are progressing towards good numbers in economy, and good economic growth leads to global economic growth, and good global economic growth leads to good banking system across the world. And especially in India, we don't have any problems at all though Paytm is under trouble for many reasons. There is one for youngsters, I'm just saying, there is one YouTube. All of you watch YouTube, right? All of you watch YouTube. There are many channels. You take any political channel, you take any sports channel. There are plenty of people today, YouTubers are the order of the day. You take any. So have you all heard of, there is one YouTube channel called Think School? Think School. There is a YouTube. Please watch that channel. His name is Mr. Ganesh. He is from Tamil Nadu. He is from IIM Ahmedabad. He is giving beautiful videos, business case studies, economic case studies, political case studies, day in and day out. He is coming out with every day one video. Even yesterday, I was seeing one video about capital formation, how capital formation is done in India, how is India is going to overcome all the challenges in the next 25 years, what is the vision of Modi's government. So political videos are there, economic videos are there, business failure videos. Take the case of Byju's, how it failed. He explains, his name is Ganesh, he explains in a very layman perspective, 18 minutes video. But you have to have 18 minutes of your time to watch the video. So that, because today youngsters, sir also shown one video for 1 minute. The listening span doesn't go beyond 1 minute. So that should not be the case. You should have minimum listening span to listen to those videos. All are explained in a layman perspective. You don't need a formal education to understand the concepts. How Byju's failed, how Paytm failed, what are the business case study, So every case study, if you take 18 to 20 minutes video, I regularly watch, and today, he's charging 29 rupees for subscribing his channel. In YouTube, all the channels are available at free of cost. You take any channel, let's say Karthik Gopinath, Maridas, so many channels are the political side. So you take all these channels at free of cost. But this guy is charging 29 rupees for subscribing to that video because he's coming out with lot of research, and whatever he says, all are done through proper research papers. So please, from today onwards, as a commerce graduate, please subscribe to, I'm not promoting, I'm not a Think School promoter. Honestly saying that those videos, Think School is one of the best YouTube videos you can see every day. You can subscribe to the videos to today itself. You can get at least 1 or 2 good videos. Whatever area you want to see, you can see. Either it is in sports or in politics or in economics or in anything you want to get, they are providing you YouTube videos in all areas. Think School, THINK School. Think School run by Mr. Ganesh. He is from Tamil Nadu, and basically he is a guy from IIM Ahmedabad. So with that, I'm stopping my session. I hope you got some insights out of it. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights, and your presence made our day more special. Teaching is the act of optimism. With this profound sentiment, it is indeed pleasure to extend a heartfelt welcome to Dr. S. Janaki Raman, Associate Professor in Economics at Government Arts College. He brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to today's special address. As we eagerly await his insights, let us seize this opportunity to embark on a journey into the fascinating realm of economics and academia alongside him. A hearty welcome to you, sir.
Raman instructed me to complete within 15 minutes. Professor Sendil and Sridhar Chityala both covered the technological aspects of the banking industry very finely. And Professor Balaji explained about the regulatory aspects of banking sector. Both the elements are too important, regulatory aspects and technological aspects. Otherwise, it is very difficult to visualize the proliferation of banking sector. And actually, I wanted to talk on the being an economics teacher at the collegiate level. I think that the title of this conference justified my presence here, being economics teacher. The last three words that's called global economic growth. Actually, I wanted to talk on the banking sector turnaround and journey in the geopolitical and geoeconomic fragmentation in the last 3 years. But Sridhar Chityala's speech provoked me. I'm going to provoke you because if my memory is correct, Sethu Raman attended my seminar in Government Arts College, Kumbakonam in the year of 2014. 2013. 2013. I actually started like this, that I provoked the people, and a lot of deliberations gone that time. 2 or 3 aspects I would like to tell you, that to cut a long story too short. One, Sridhar Chityala said that technological proliferation and development eased the atmosphere, and it actually provided the customer-friendly atmosphere in the global banking sector. And Professor Sendil said very rightly that what is the Malaysian practices and everything. And I would like to tell you one more thing. The people know very well that in the year of 2008, when the global financial crisis happened, when Freddie Mac and Fannie they collapsed, world came to know what is a reckless financial system maintained by United States of America. I came across Gurumurthy's article, a series of articles published by that time the Indian Express of Chennai edition. Astonished. There was one loan practice in America that's called ninja loan. Ninja. It's not a comic character. NI for no income, NJ for no job, NA for no asset, but you will be given loan in American system. Ninja loan. You see that. Could you expect such kind of system in India? Definitely not. That highlighted by Dr. Balaji. The thorough regulatory system. If you want me to ask that who is going to be the best global banker of this year, that definitely that award goes to Shaktikant Das, RBI governor. A fantastic management. A fantastic management. Indian banking industry is in a awesome moment. Awesome moment. The banking sector turnaround, as I highlighted to your dean when I'm walking to this auditorium, that was less written. As Balaji pointed out, that there was a mobile phone banking once upon a time. The banking industry got into triple balance sheet problem. But everything now history. Indian banking industry is in a resounding fundamentals, and we are marching forward, and PSB stocks are gaining momentum. That's everyday's headlines in the financial newspaper. What actually I wanted to talk, this is one part of the story. Technological growth and innovation, disruption and everything. You have to look into another part of the story. That is, whenever because being a reader of Danny Roderick, a Harvard economist, and Martin Ford, who written a very famous book a couple of years back. The title of the book is Future is Robots. And Danny Roderick normally writing for the last 10 years about the good jobs creation in the world. I am the believer, I am the believer in the good jobs creation. What is good jobs? Secure job with secured income. When the technological proliferation happens, we agree. Basel norms and other things, everything demanding a lot of technical upgradation in the banking industry. But adaptation, mitigation, these two aspects we have to look into too. Because being an economics teacher, I'm supposed to be a socially conscious person. So that's why I actually, this is a provocation. Please take it in a lighter way. Banking industry, whenever it turn around and taking a new technology into its fold, how many jobs lost, how many new jobs created? That we have to check. Fintech revolution. Fintech revolution demands a lot of sophisticated ecosystem in the banking industry. Only demands the people with high skill. Then what about the skilled people? What about the semi-skilled who are all relying, living in the rural areas? That we need to concentrate. One. And second one, this is what we call mitigation. Another one, adaptation. When you adopt a new technology, largely you must involve with a lot of the creation of new ecosystem and a large cost involved in that. How many governments in the world are ready to engage this very high sophisticated techno ecosystem in their banking industry? That we need to look into. And I would like to tell one more point that before very quickly telling the geo-economic and political aspects of the global financial system. Whenever you fail to cover the sophisticated technological aspects in your banking process, definitely your banking process and banking system has to take the back seat. But adaptation and mitigation need to be accelerated. But how many governments are ready? This fintech revolution and technological revolution, all these things how many jobs are going to be created, how many jobs are going to be lost. That we need to look into. Good jobs, naturally, good jobs is naturally, whatever be the technological growth, whatever be the technological development, your jobs need to weather, your jobs have to be, need to withstand. Okay, you need to weather your jobs. Suppose, for example, in America, when the driverless cars are very famous, the habitual and what we call the trained drivers, they lost their jobs. When the robots proliferated, industrial robots proliferated, they actually even come into the kitchen. What we call the burgers are being now prepared by robots in eateries in America. You see that jobs lost, jobs lost. In America, on an average, every Americans, they have to wait for 6 to 8 months to get the next job, new job. Okay, so every technological disruption, being economics professor, I am telling that takes us to the heavy amount of job losses. Okay, how many new jobs are being created and how many new jobs accommodating the skilled people and semi-skilled people, that we need to look into. With this, I am closing the provocation. And the second one, please think about every time, whenever the people talks about technological innovation, technology and other things, please look into the other side. How many jobs are going to be created? How many jobs lost? That we need to look into, because India has undergone in the past heavy amount of unemployment, both in rural and urban area. But somehow, because of the service sector revolution and the central government dispensations, new initiatives for the last 3.5 years, now the RBI clumps research findings, which is available in the RBI website. RBI clumps findings telling very categorically that in urban areas, service sector jobs are proliferating in India. 8.4% growth rate service sector jobs. That's good. But who can be occupied into service sector? Only the skilled and high-skilled people. What about the semi-skilled and unskilled people? That we need to look into. To cut a long story to short, let me tell you one thing, that in the post-World War II period, Bretton Woods institutions were created, World Bank, IMF, and then a trade agreement was happened between the nations, GATT, General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs. When the three institutions created, dollar became a very, what we call a very famous currency and replaced the pound sterling. Before World War I, pound sterling was the world reserve currency, but dollar replaced it successfully. US dollar, weathered all the crises. Let me tell you one by one. 1970s oil crisis. Chintiala said that 1970s the world had seen the SWIFT payment system. SWIFT payment system. That SWIFT payment system is the counter attack by United States of America when the world global oil crisis happened and the OPEC created. 70s oil crisis, dollar withstood. And Vietnam War, dollar withstood. Yeah. And in 80s, again, one more crisis, balance of payment crisis happened in America, dollar withstood. And in 90s, Argentinian crisis and Mexican crisis came and dollar withstood. And in the late 90s, Soviet Union completely disintegrated, Germany unified, first Gulf War happened, dollar withstood. And in the 2000s, 91s, India came into the international market, dollar withstood. In 98, Southeast Asian crisis happened, dollar withstood. In 2000, Y2K crisis happened, dollar withstood. 2008, global financial crisis happened, dollar withstood. 2015, Britain exit from European Union, that's widely called as Brexit, dollar withstood. In between, euro came into the scene, dollar withstood. Japanese yen came, dollar withstood. And in 2016, Trump came into White House, again dollar withstood. But 2020 pandemic happened, again dollar withstood. 2022 Russian-Ukraine war happened. That's what's the death blow to dollar. That's what is death blow to dollar. The world is now widely talking about de-dollarization and de-globalization. And India is also moving, Balaji pointed out very rightly that India also moving towards from depending on dollar to other local currency. Vostro account opened in Indian banks and India and Russia successfully signed and trading the local currencies. Now we are trading with Russia in RMB currencies. Okay. And we signed with many countries the trading with the local currencies. So the world is now slowly drifting from dollar hegemony. And China is what we call taking the lead and created the SWIFT payment system, cross-border interbank payment system created by, I think that you know very well that Amazon, Alibaba, WhatsApp, Baidu, okay, Facebook, Baidu. Like that, America created a lot of Desi creation in their own country. And like that, opposite to SWIFT, China created SWIFT. So now that China is trading its local currency with other country, India is trading local currency with other country. World is slowly moving towards from dollar dependence to other countries' currencies dependence. But if you ask me a question that when the dollar will be successfully replaced, from the global payment system, but still dollar plays central role in the global trading and financial and payment system. It is very difficult to envision in the next 5 years to 10 years, dollar will get replaced. No, because China lacks global leadership quality. China lacks global leadership quality because of its economic system. And second one, the poor human rights record and the expansionist approach by China absolutely lacked its taking the role of or replacing America, the global what we call financial system leadership position. In the coming years, at least in the coming years, India-like countries, Brazil-like countries, and even I can tell you that Iran, North Korea to some extent, and Russia and South Africa, particularly. South Africa, all these countries are now very much interested to trade their commodities with the local currencies. We have to wait and see in the next 10 to 15 years whether the dollar will be replaced or other currencies is going to occupy in the global payment system. It all depends on the mutual trust between the fastest growing economies like China, India, Brazil, South Africa, to some extent Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia and Brazil, Saudi Arabia and other countries are also become part of the BRICS group. Expanded. The BRICS is the answer to NATO. So that's why NATO is taking the lead of propagating the dollar at the global payment system. So far, 74% of the world trade is being running on dollar payment system. Rest is being by Russian ruble and Chinese RMB and then euro. But we have to see in the coming days how it is going to evolve everything. Actually, the last two slides, please show to the benefit of the students. Last two slides. Yes, before that. That's actually, thank you is the good slide. Every time the students will like it. The last slide, the one and before that. Yes. Actually, Balaji pointed out he borrowed from many things from the research paper. This fellow, Ishwar Prasad, is a Madras University graduate and he is now in Ivy League University professor. He written two books. One is Dollar Trap, another one is Future of Money. These two books are the must-read category. So for your convenience, let me call Dr. Sethuraman, Professor Sethuraman to the stage. Let me donate this book to your department library. Please, whenever you find time, this is one of the fantastic books, you must read it. This is the second book of Ishwar Prasad. Bitcoins and blockchain technology. What is the future of it? You can know by reading this book. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. And I thank the management of KPR College of Arts and Science and my fellow speakers, Professor Sendil, because it's a good get together. And I tell you one thing, one clue I will give you to the organizers. Sridhar Chittiala, Senthil Kumar talked about technological dimension of this banking sector. Dr. Balaji and Dr. Janagiraman respectively talked about the regulatory aspects and geopolitical aspects and geoeconomic aspects of the banking sector. When you give the press note to the press, please highlight it. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. And thank you for the contribution towards our library. After the vote of thanks, all participants are asked to stay back for a minute to know your schedule.
Thanksgiving is a time to count your blessings and appreciate the wonderful people in your life. With this note, I would like to welcome Professor G. Seduraman Sir, Associate Professor and Head Department of Commerce, Information Technology, KPRCAS College of Art, Science and Research, to propose the vote of thanks. We welcome you, sir.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. It gives me an immense pleasure to propose the vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to thank our beloved chairman, Dr. K.P. Ramaswamy, and our secretary, Mrs. Gayatri, then our beloved principal, Dr. P. Geeta, and the Dean School of Commerce, Dr. Kumuda Devi, and all other heads, and especially the head of the Department of Banking and Insurance, Dr. Balakrishnan, and his team for their valuable support for conducting this wonderful conference into a success. I also thank the resource persons who have immediately accepted my request to become the keynote speakers for this wonderful conference, especially Sridhar Chittiala, then Dr. Janagiraman, Dr. Balaji, last but not the least, Dr. Senthil Kumar, who immediately accepted when we started the process of conducting a conference last 3 months, 3 months back. So I extend my gratitude to everyone who is part of this wonderful conference. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Participants are asked to stay back in same hall. So after telling you the venues, you can again split out to the respective halls.
College, Princey Jose from Nirmala College for Women, Juvin Steffi from Government Arts College. So all of the members are going to be present the paper here. And there will be technical session like online presentation will be conducted in the another hall. Apart from that, if any of your friends have missed out the names for the presentation, you can also come back to same hall. Now you can have your refreshments in the opposite side of this hall. Thank you.
in underserved regions, I mean the rural areas. Apart from that, empowering merchants and this is one significant point of GPay because earlier people had to use the GPay machine and for every transaction they had to pay around 2% for each charge. But today after GPay, they do not have to pay for that and the money is credited instantly. That's one feature. And digital wallets for the unbanked people who do not have banks, they could go for the wallets. They don't have to go for the KYC and all that stuff. It's friendly, it's farmer friendly. And apart from that, we have financial inclusion included initiatives done by GPay in rural areas of Uttar Pradesh. And apart from that, over 80% of transactions in rural areas are facilitated through Google Pay. Google Pay and Phone Pay together contribute 80% of the total UPI transaction in India. When it comes to rural areas, Google Pay alone has 80%. And apart from that, Google Pay has enabled access to banking services for 100 million. That's around 10 crore people have given mobile access with the onset of GPay. And there's a 60% increase in savings from after GPay has come. And that's all. So we've just said how mobile banking has contributed to financial inclusion in India. Thank you.
Jovin and Prinsik, come along with your PPT. Dear participants, now I will be telling you the list of participants list for hall number 101. So please go along with the two of the student volunteers. So Atish SK, Kungu Engineering
Sibiraja.
College.
Sibiraja and team. Do you know that Paytm wallet is valid now? Okay. Then why it's changed now? Good enough.
So team number 1, Atish SK, Vignesh Verma from NGP College, Rakshya Bhatt from Sri Krishna Arts College, Kirtana Anusha from AVP College, Abhinaya and Vishalini and Meena Devi from Government Arts College, Arun Krishnan from Government Arts College, Kirtana from Government Arts College, Shiva Shankari and Dr. Prabhakar Rajkumar from Periyar University, Charit Joshua and Logeshwar from Government Arts College, Logesh Kannan and Harish Kumar from Ratanam College. So all of these members are requested to go to hall number 101 along with student volunteers. CF 101.
Miss Jubin and Princey, please come here. Deepika and team, PSG College.
Thank you.
Shall I start? So good morning, everyone. I'm presenting a paper on the topic bibliometric analysis of AI application in financial risk management of emerging technology. So we all know what is AI, so I don't want to go about it. So this study is all about AI is changing risk management, especially with the new technologies like blockchain, Internet of Things, and biotechnology. We are focused on these three things. The AI helps to identify access and reduce risk associated with these technologies. So next I'm going to research questions. Since it is a bibliometric analysis, there is no objective. I'm going for research questions. So we have taken 3 research questions. First is key authors and institutions. The key authors, those who have contributed to this research on AI application on this field, we'll be finding out. Next is geographic analysis. The core citation structures and important bibliometric variables will be finded out in this study. Next is research volume evolution. How has research on AI for risk management of new technology has been progressed over time? All 3 questions will be, all the 3 questions we have found out. Next, I'm going to materials and methods. The study uses quantity assessment methodology, analyzing 4978 papers from Scopus database spanning from 2000 to 2024. 2000 only till 2023, 2024 on few papers have been taken. Next is the data was gathered using specific terms as risk management, artificial intelligence, and AI in risk management. All these keywords were used to collect our data. Next is content analysis has been used. VOS viewer and R studio is being used for quantitative analysis. Going to next slide, publication outputs. The number of publication has been increased by an average of 4.78% per year, with 11,484 authors contributing to database. Next, on an average, each document is being cited about 20 times, suggesting that the research has a high impact and relevance. Next is document age. On an average, the documents are about 7.5 years old, suggesting that the research remains impactful and relevant over time. So next is results and findings. The study results and discovers quantitative insights of only the articles and conference papers have been taken for this. Next is bibliometric analysis has been analyzed the location of co-authors to determine how much international collaborations has been occurred in these publications. Next is sources which have been offered their journals for the publications. The top sources for researchers' productivity are journals like Energy Economics, Resource Policy, and Sustainability. In our study, we have taken only top three countries or top 3 co-cited authors, but for our full paper, we have taken top 10 countries and co-cited authors. Next is co-citation. So usually co-citation means it is a connection among the academic papers, authors, and journals based on how often they have been cited together. So from our paper, journals like Energy Economics were cited 145 times, Resource Policy was cited 117 times, and Sustainability was cited 112 times. Next is keyword analysis. The keyword analysis means a common theme or a topic frequently studied in literature to know the research interest. So keywords like risk management was mentioned 164 times, and risk assessment keyword has been mentioned 1366 times. So next is geographical analysis. Geographical analysis is to look at how research is being spread over across countries, highlighting the global nature of research. So top countries includes China,
with the 836 contribution, and USA with 493 contribution, and UK with 247 contribution. Next is thematic analysis. It dwells into meaning and substance of literature. So common themes like risk management was mentioned 1602 times, risk assessment with 241 times, and finance appeared 1060 times. Next is factorial analysis. We have given all the charts and tables below. So next is factorial analysis. The study uses factorial analysis. If from risk management, there are many factors that have been come along. Next is conclusion. So from the three questionnaires, that is from the three questions, from first question, we have found out that Li Wei, Wang Wei, and Zhang Wei are the key authors who have contributed to this field. And the top source resources of journals are published in the papers of energy economics, resource policy, and sustainability. From question number 2, we have found that the study analysis geographical distribution and collaborations of top countries of China, USA, and UK. They are the most active and has high level of international collaborations. 3. The study shows that research in AI application of risk management of emerging technology has been growing steadily at an average rate of 4.75% per year. To conclude with, future looks promising with more international collaboration and interdisciplinary research. So this growth is driven by advancements in AI technologies and greater recognition of the importance of risk management in emerging technologies. So last but not the least, innovations and working together will keep the field of AI in risk management of emerging technologies relevant and growing. So further study can be made so that it gives a positive impact. Thank you.
You have done well. This analysis, only 3 analysis you have taken, or any other analysis is there? It is a qualitative analysis, right? Quantitative analysis. You said you have taken 4,978 papers, right? From where, which Scopus database? Okay, thank you. Deepika from PSG.
Myself, Deepika Devasena, research scholar from PSG College of Arts and Science. Today, my topic is Green Banking Initiatives, Growth and Success of Selected Public Sector Banks. In recent years, the global financial landscape has witnessed a significant shift towards sustainable practices and environmental responsibility. One noteworthy aspect of this transformation is the rise of green banking, a concept aimed at integrating environmental considerations into the financial sector. Green banking is gaining traction globally, and India has no exception. Green banking encompasses a range of initiatives aimed at promoting environmentally friendly practices, reducing the environmental footprint of bank operations, and raising customer awareness about sustainable practices. As environmental consciousness rises, public sector banks, which hold a significant share of the Indian market, are increasingly adopting green practices. Public sector banks, as a key player in the Indian economy, have a significant role in driving the growth of green banking. The percentages of holding which are high by government are termed as public sector banks, and it is held by Ministry of Finance with the objective of wealth of the society. Green banking is rapidly gaining traction in India, with public sector banks playing a pivotal role in driving this transaction towards a sustainable future. These banks, leveraging their extensive reach and government support, are implementing innovative initiatives and promote eco-friendly practices and finance environmentally conscious projects. In India, the top 5 public sector banks have been the forefront in this green revolution, demonstrating remarkable growth and success in adopting eco-friendly banking practices. This article explores the growth and success stories of the top 5 public sector banks in India's green banking landscape. Statement of the problem gives the green banking refers to a banking philosophy that integrates environmental and social considerations into its operations and products. Public sector banks play a crucial role in India's financial landscape, and their commitment to green banking can significantly impact the nation's sustainable efforts. The study aims to find out the growth and green banking initiatives among the top 5 public sector banks in India. The main objectives of the study is to know about the green banking initiatives adopted by the public sector banks in India and to study about the growth and success of public sector banks after the adoption of green banking initiatives in India. The present study is based on the secondary data, which explores the growth and success of green banking initiatives in public sector banks. With the use of existing literature, it reviewed the adoption of green banking initiatives in top 5 public sector banks in India, which includes State Bank of India, Bank of Baroda, Punjab National Bank, Canara Bank, and Union Bank of India, based on their market capitalization and total assets. To get further information regarding the growth and success of green banking initiatives, secondary sources were collected from various articles, reputed journals, highly cited databases, annual reports, sustainability reports, and bank websites. Green banking is an emerging concept that promotes sustainable development and encourages financial institutions to support environmentally friendly practices and projects. This study examines the growth of green banking initiatives in top 5 public sector banks. State Bank of India. The State Bank of India, being the country's largest public sector bank, has played a pivotal role in promoting green banking initiatives. As the largest public sector bank, SBI established itself as a leader in green banking by implementing various eco-friendly measures. The bank's commitment to sustainability is evident in its efforts, which not only reduce its own carbon footprint, but has also inspired other financial institutions and support projects that contribute to environmental conservation. It offers a comprehensive suite of green products, including loans, which includes solar power projects, electric vehicles, clean technology, sustainable agriculture, and energy efficient equipment financing. Deposits include green fixed deposits with higher rate interest of eco-friendly projects. Bonds, including green bonds to raise capital for renewable energy products. SBI has also undertaken several noteworthy initiatives, such as installing solar plants at its branches and offices, promoting paperless banking through online and mobile banking platform, funding the National Clean Energy Fund and green infrastructure projects, energy efficient LED lighting in its branches, and so on. Next is Punjab National Bank. It has embraced the principle of green banking, making significant strides in promoting sustainable practices. PNB commitment to environmental sustainability has only enhanced its reputation, but also contributed to the nation's green development goals. PNB has adopted a multi-pronged approach to green banking, focusing on financing green infrastructure, financial inclusion, green banking unit. PNB has implemented measures to reduce its own.
Can you come for a conclusion? Yes.
All the above mentioned. In common, all the banks initiated mobile banking, internet banking, cash deposit system, CSR activities, green loans, SMS service requests, and paperless transactions. Solar ATMs were installed by SBI, Bank of Baroda, Punjab National Bank, and Canara Bank. Except State Bank of India, no other banks initiated green channel counters. Green housing and green building is promoted by SBI and PNB. E-lobbies or lounges were implemented in SBI, Bank of Baroda, and Canara Bank. Growth is studied under 3 categories, which includes number of branches, number of employees, and financial growth. Number of branches, ATMs, and employees includes SBI implemented green initiatives in the year 2007. The bank had 10,186 branches and 8,460 ATMs with 1,79,205 employees in the year 2007 to 8. And it has raised to 22,404 branches and 65,627 ATMs with 2,35,858 employees in the year 2022 to 23. Bank of Baroda implemented green initiatives in 2008. The bank had 2,974 branches and 1,179 ATMs with 36,838 employees in 2008 to 9. And it had raised to 8,240 branches and 9,764 ATMs with 78,122 employees in 2022 to 23. PNB implemented green initiatives in 2009. At that time, the bank had 4,951 branches and 3,500 ATMs with 56,928 employees.
Can you conclude, Ra?
While all the 5 banks have made significant strides in green banking, some variations exist. SBI stands out for its extensive green product portfolio, while PNB focuses on energy efficiency within its operations. Bank of Baroda and Canara Bank actively promote digital banking and environmental awareness respectively. Union Bank maintains a balance across various aspects of green banking. These initiatives have resulted in positive outcomes for both the environment and the bank themselves. The financial institutions play a pivotal role in fostering environmental consciousness among business and individuals, while contributing to the nation's sustainable development goals. The commitment of these banks to a sustainable future reflects the growing recognition that the financial sector plays a crucial role in shaping more environmentally conscious and greener world. Thank you.
Can you tell me that how you selected these 5 banks?
Their banks were chosen on the basis of their market capitalization and total assets value.
Yeah, market capitalization, it will be there in 12 banks, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then
In that top 5 banks are these banks, ma'am.
from these 5, which one is the best one?
State Bank of India.
Dear participants, I'll be announce the names. So these participants are requested to occupy the hall number CF103. Ilakya and Rashmika of KPRCAS. Charunitra, Rakeshwaran and Sahana of KPRCAS. Adityan and Naveen Kumar of NGP College. Kevin Rajan and Priyanka of NGP College. Praveen Muthuswamy and Gokula Krishnan of NGP College. Ovyashri of NGP College. Saran and Rudresh of KPRCAS. Shanmadi and Samina of NGP College. So are requested to occupy the hall number CF103 along with student volunteers. Praveen. ACT Business School Akarshan. ACT Business School Akarshana. Okay, fine, Akarshan.
Yeah. Myself Akarshana. Okay. Myself Akarshana, and I'm here to present a paper on AI techniques for fraud reduction in banking sector. And as we all know, fraud is prevalent in banking sectors. So it encompasses various frauding activities like activities includes money laundering, credit card fraud, and phishing, and cyber fraud, etc. And initially, they were using traditional rule-based policy to prevent detect fraud. So now, based on the technologies, we have implemented AI techniques to detect fraud and prevent the fraudulent activities. Next slide.
So these are the various types of financial frauds, which includes a credit card fraud, identify theft, insurance theft, check fraud, money laundering, and phishing. So various fraudulent AI techniques for fraud detection includes natural language processing. So in which the artificial intelligence is used to detect the fraudulent activities based on the chats, based on the chat transcripts, emails, and the transcriptional descriptions of the individuals whose texts were considered for fraud deductions. Next, supervised learning. So in this, the transactional histories of the data were considered. The algorithms were trained based on these labels. So based on the past data, the fraudulent activities can be determined. The drawback in this supervised learning is as they were already trained on the certain patterns of the fraudulent activities, they couldn't find the new fraudulent activities that are incorporated by the frauds. And this supervised learning includes logistical regressions, KNN, and random forest and SVM decision trees, etc. And another is unsupervised learning. This is not trained based on any transaction labels. So based on this, based on this, the fraud is deducted on unusual patterns. Also, the anomaly deduction is done. This includes K-means clustering and hidden Markov model. And another one is K nearest neighbor. This is the straightforward machine learning algorithm which is suitable for fraud detection. Which is suitable for fraud detection. So this is also trained on the transactional data, and this learns the typical traits of the transactional history, and based on this, the fraudulent activities and the legitimate are classified. And another one is the support vector mechanism, and this is the this is based on the supervised learning algorithms. And this manages the imbalanced data sets. So which based on that, the fraudulent activity is identified, and based on the reasons IDC, it is identified that 95% of the accuracy is provided by the support vector machines. And another one is deep learning approaches. It is the sophisticated representations based on the inputs, and this are classified into the conventional neural networks and the recruitment neural networks. Conventional neural network is based on the spatial data, which is used to analyze the deducts based on the images, and images like signature verifications, document analysis. For those activities, conventional neural networks were used, and for a recurrent neural networks, it is based on the sequential data. Based on those, this is also trained on the historical data. So recurrent neural networks are used to analyze based on that. And in conclusions, traditional poll methods were not able to identify the fraudulent activities in particular. So there might be some bias. So implementing these tools in AI for implementing these tools in banking for detecting AI helps to identify the fraudulent activities accurately, and it is efficient for the users. Thank you.
Ma, can you tell me how you have selected the methodology?
Yeah. When I came up with the research, when I go through the research articles, they have mostly they have discussed about these tools. So based on that, only I have some 25 articles. sir, from 2018 to 2023.
Rokita and Drew, NGP College. Sorry, ma, Rokit.
I'll start now. A warm good afternoon to one and all present here. Myself Rohit, and this is my teammate Ashwati. We are from Dr. NGP Arts and Science College, currently pursuing our undergraduation in the Department of Commerce with International Business. We are here today to present our paper on the topic Revolutionizing Global Finance, Navigating Challenges and Embracing Opportunity in Cross-Border Payment and Modern Transactions. So first introduction. So what is cross-border payment or international transaction? So as the name says, it is international in nature. So like it is a transaction between two parties who happens to be in two different countries. Okay. So for example, I can say for example, if you have an NRI parent who happens to work in abroad and he is sending you money to India, so it is called as a global transaction. And global transaction plays an important role in supporting international commerce, which enables businesses to be involved in cross-border trade, investment, and financial interactions. So what are the challenges faced during a global transaction? The first, I would say that regulatory compliance. So we can't say that all the countries out there, they follow the same rules and regulation. They have their own regulatory framework. So it will be a difficulty for the individuals or business firms who involves in the who is doing a transaction. They'll face challenges because the countries will have their different regulatory frameworks. So it will cause a challenge to them. And then for example, I can say that countries, they require regulations like AML and KYC. So AML, which stands for anti-money laundering, and KYC, know your customer, which is also required for local that is a local regulation also in our domestic country. So these regulations different countries will have like diverse legal requirements in order for us to compile with their regulations. So this will be a challenge for the one who is involved in the global transaction. And like, so next is currency exchange and exchange rate risk. So cross-border payment not only involves a single currency, we know it involves various currencies. So the exchange rate is not stable. So there is always a risk of exchange rate risk is there. So this also will be a challenge. This will affect the final transaction, which will be a challenge for the one involved in the global transaction. So the next is transaction cost and fees. So during global transaction, you may have to pay a fees which is a percentage of amount of the total transaction price. So this and if you are following a traditional cross payment method, we also have to pay the intermediaries. So this will ultimately raise the transaction cost. So this will ultimately affect the small scale businesses and individuals. So next is slow transaction process. So global transaction can be slow. It may take up to a minimum of 1 day to the maximum of 5 days or more. So this is because there is a requirement of multiple verification and approval processes, which are the major causes of the delay. This is also a challenge when we are involving in a global transaction. So the last one is lack of transparency. So cross-border payment, they lack transparency. Because there are involvement of multi-banks, multi-currencies, and multi-regulatory and various regulatory framework. So if we are involved in a global transaction and we are seeking for immediate confirmation of the transaction, it will not be provided, which is also a challenge for us. Next slide. So opportunities in cross-border payment. The first I would say is that faster transaction. So using technologies like blockchain and distributed ledger technology, which is similar to blockchain, can enable faster transaction. This technologies allow two parties to operate without the oversight of a third party. This helps increase the speed of transaction by reducing the processing time. So next is reduce cost. By using modern banking technologies like blockchain, digital currency, and real-time tracking system, etc. This will help in reducing the transaction cost because it will eliminate the involvement of a third party, which is the intermediary. Next is enhanced security. So we know already blockchain is end-to-end encrypted along with blockchain, if we tie up advanced encryption and the authentication method, it will enhance the security in cross-border transaction. So next is smart contracts. So smart contracts can be done through blockchain. It can automate and self-execute contracted agreements when predefined conditions are met. This rationalize complex international transactions.
Timer. Conclude it.
Okay.
So I would like to conclude by saying that although there are various challenges in global transaction and cross-border payments, these challenges can be overcome through the innovations in modern banking technologies, and also both the global transactions and cross-border payments are vital for international business. Thank you.
And it is a nice presentation. Like you have taken a topic related to cross-border payments. So each payment will have their own strategies, policies.
Yes, sir.
So on what basis you have selected 5 challenges or you have taken 5 challenges?
So you're asking me on what basis we have selected this particular 5
Yeah,
challenges?
yes.
So, we would say that these are the common and major challenges that is faced, whoever is involved in the global transaction. So that is why we have taken this.
And what about your opportunity level? Like you are explaining all the opportunities.
Yes, sir.
So do you think that the cross-border payment, is there any additional opportunity has been emerged in the current date? Is there any new update on the cross-border payment system?
So I would say that the inclusion of this blockchain technology and data distributed ledger technology, they are trying to bring it inside this cross-border payments. These technologies they are trying to involve in
No,
cross-border.
it is already there, but I'm asking you, is there any update than that? An additional feature it has been added nowadays.
Eh,
I was expecting that answer. That's so. Thank you.
okay, sir. Okay. So,
Dakshinya from PSG College.
Hello everyone, my name is Dakshinya and I'm from PSG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore, and I'm going to present on the topic Unlocking Financial Frontiers, the role of blockchain and cryptocurrency in banking sector. Before going to this topic, I would like to ask you one question. Before like 20-30 years, we didn't have any banking technology. We were so dependent on going to the banks and making the transactions, right? But currently, we are using GPay and everything. So we will be also updating in the future with new technologies, right? That's why I have chosen this topic. Excuse me. Sir. So before going to this topic, we will have a brief description about what is cryptocurrency and blockchain technology. Cryptocurrency is the digital currency that is dependent or implemented in the form of blockchain technology. The blockchain technology means like all the details are in the form of nonce, which is stored with the 32 bits like a kind of password, and all the details of cryptocurrency are stored in the blocks. So that's why it is like in the blockchain technology. The first cryptocurrency that was introduced was Bitcoin, and why we should use cryptocurrency in the blockchain technology for banking sector. The three reasons are: one, transparency; third, immutability; and third one is security. As I already said, the reasons why we have to use cryptocurrency and blockchain technology in banking, it includes the objectives of efficiency, security, transparency, and so on. So that's why we are going to know what are the futuristic scopes of using cryptocurrency and blockchain in banking sector. The advantages are efficiency. While using blockchain technology in cryptocurrency, we will be having a paperless transaction, so that the dependency on paperwork will be reduced. And second is transparency. Once the details are stored, it is immutable, which means it can never be erased. And the third one is security. As I already said, the details are stored in the form of nonce and can be unleashed in the form of hashing technology. It has many reasons why it is an advantage of security. The fourth reason is reduced intermediaries. Like the transactions are in the form of peer-to-peer connection. So there is no involvement of any other intermediary in the blockchain technology. And fifth is global accessibility. When there is huge amount of transaction, then there will be transactions of another country to our country, right? So the global accessibility is also another advantage. When there is advantages, there will be also disadvantages. First is regulatory hurdles. Like there is a lot of framework policies lacking. And second one is scalability challenge, which is when there is a huge transaction, we don't have enough resource for it. And also that consumes large consumption of energy. And next is lack of consumer protection. As there are very few laws that can protect the consumers from if they are treated unwell or being hacked or theft, the laws that are being like announced or imposed are very less. And next is security concerns. Even though there is a lot of security backups for this technology, still there is a lacking of security because of there is a little bit chances of hacking and thefts. And next is large energy consumption. As it involves a scalability, large scalability, there is also large energy consumption. So now we'll be explaining about the futuristic scope. First is financial inclusion. By involving cryptocurrency and blockchain technology, we will be able to reach the undeveloped and unbanked sector easily. And second one is digital identity. we will be able to apply the KYC and also all the transaction details of the account holder very easily, and also it holds the security phases. So it is another advantage, and this will be also implemented in the future. Next is smart contracts. As I already said, the peer-to-peer transaction is only involved here and no intermediaries are involved. So this is another futuristic scope. And next is central bank digital currency. As of our Reserve Bank of India from December 1, but can I share that last point? Only this one, sir? Okay. So central bank digital currency. As of December 1, 2023, the Reserve Bank of introduced CBDC, which was initially introduced in eight places like Delhi, Bhubaneswar, and so on. So they have introduced the QR scan code, and with that, this shows that how much futuristic we are going towards cryptocurrency and blockchain technology. And by this, I would like to say that as from the past years till now, we are facing new challenges. Why not we adopt the cryptocurrency and blockchain technology in the banking sector also? As Bill Gates said, the future of money is cryptocurrency. Why not we involve in banking? Thank you.
No, you have presented well.
Thank you.
You have said that the security reason is an advantage. As well, you have said telling that a disadvantage also in the security reason.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain that?
Humans tend to misuse the technology, right, ma'am? We are, as I already said, blockchain technology is collecting is like. Can I explain it with a password, ma'am? Like we are using Google, and with the Google we are having a password. It is about the password of the characters we assign actually. But for cryptocurrency, we are using a 32-bit password. For unlocking that, at least you have to put the password 100 times. So that if you even want to unleash it, like you have to like access that password in 100 computers, because blockchain technology is like if I'm making a transaction with you, mine, and also if you're making a transaction with another, all these are in the connected forms. So you have to unlock all at every time. So it is a security concern. It is a security concern for the future, but currently it is advantage.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a minute. Like as ma'am said, it is really a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
But you are saying that the cryptocurrency and the blockchain technology in the financial inclusion. But I think the banks are already getting into the financial inclusion of blockchain technology and cryptocurrency.
Yes, sir. Recently, they have the question is there.
Yeah, you can say.
Okay, sir. Recently, RBI have introduced CBDC, sir. That is also a form of cryptocurrency, but they are not using blockchain technology. The biggest disadvantage is in the advantage of blockchain technology is there is no involvement of intermediaries. But RBI have actually initiated with the intermediaries. Like if you want to collect this that digital currency introduced by India, you have to be getting or taught by the banks. So that will reduce the transaction timing, like efficiency. So that's what I mean.
That is what, but still the crimes are getting higher and higher.
Yes.
Even though the banking are going for more security,
Yes,
the
sir.
crimes are day by day it is getting increased.
Yes, sir.
So in what way the blockchain or cryptocurrency will help in reducing the crimes?
Sir, as I already said, like 32-bit nonce is available, sir. So you have to unlock it by putting 100 or 100 crores passwords. See the answer not be implemented. Okay. Yes.
It is under progress.
Yes, sir. That's why I said it is a futuristic scope.
When a question is asked, you have to answer that. That is what you are right. You are not saying anything. You are right.
Okay. Should I answer it in better ways now?
No issues. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Praveen Yam and Karthik from Konganadu Arts College.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am from Konga Arts and Science College. Myself, K. Karthik, author, and my co-author, M. Praveen. I am going to uh, take about mobile banking and financial inclusion. Introduction. Mobile banking has emerged as a powerful tool in promoting digital financial inclusion, especially in developing economies where traditional banking infrastructure is limited. With the rapid proliferation of mobile devices and the expansion of network coverage, mobile banking has become a transformative force in expanding access to financial services. This paper examines the impact of mobile banking and financial inclusion, focusing on its role in providing banking services to previously unbanked or underbanked population. It gives financial services to the unbanked persons. By analyzing the benefits, challenges, and future potential of mobile banking, we aim to understand the extent to which it has contributed to financial inclusion. Mobile banking. Mobile banking means financial transaction. By using mobile banking, we can do financial transaction using mobile phones and apps and mobile banking is the act of making financial transaction on a mobile device, cell phones, tablets, etc. This activity can be simple as a bank sending fraud or usage activity to a client cell mobile, or as complex as a client paying bills or sending money abroad. Yeah, paying bills, client is paying bills and sending money abroad is done by mobile banking. Mobile banking is a service provided by a bank. Mobile banking is provided by a bank or financial institution that allows their customers to do financial transactions. Next, please. Advantages of mobile banking. 24 into 7, we can do mobile banking. That means financial transaction anywhere by any time, 24 hours, 7 days. Access a wide range of banking services. Yeah, we have lots of bank services. Instantly review account history. Yeah, we can see the account histories, the balances we have done. Track your spends. If you spend 100 rupees or 1,000 rupees a day, you can track your spends. Invest your money on the go. You can invest your money buying shares on the way. Account security. Your account is very secure. Securing your financial data. Your financial data are secure. Zero service charges. Yes, zero service charges are provided. History of mobile banking. Mobile banking earliest it is done by SMS. It is done by the earliest mobile banking services used SMS, a service known as SMS banking. With the introduction of smartphones with mobile web in 1999.
Go to main, ma. History and
Mobile. Mobile banking has implemented the various security research concerns, encryption, to two-step authentication, and biometrics are very useful to the mobile banking apps. So the mobile banking and smartphones, tablets can use to one's financial accounts and to transfer the money safely to other bank accounts. And some of the apps like SDFC, ZPay, ICICI Mobile Bank, Axis Mobile Bank, iPay Payment, Baroda M Plus. Mobile bank apps employ secure encryption protocols and multi-factor authorization, and there were many servers to protect the mobile banking apps. The impact of mobile banking on digital financial inclusion is undeniable, with concern efforts from financial institutions, government, private sectors, and there were many employees to save the servers. And it cannot be hacked.
Can you tell me that which bank is not providing mobile bank?
Nowadays they were providing. Before several years there were no apps.
Okay, you are telling now today only, no? So you have to add all those things. Only one bank is not providing. Today morning he said.
Okay.
Punjab National.
Here, Kashmir, they started the new bank. That bank is not provided. Today morning he said. That is a news for me. That's why I asked. Okay, but you have shown that it is in mobile banking. It's showing only the 4 or 5 banks. That's why I asked the question. Okay, thank you. Then zero service you said, right?
Yes.
The mobile banking, we are using that. Is so many transaction. Afterwards, every year they are collecting some charges.
Yes.
But you said it is a zero. So whomever it's a zero.
Ma'am, not zero, ma'am, but it lesses than that back
Okay.
going to bank.
No issue. Okay, you have done that. Praveen Kishore from Congo. Next student, Dharani and Lokesh, you give your presentation to the panel.
Good afternoon. Myself, Kishore. We are from Goma Arts and Science College, Zero. Let's first see about what is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a theory development of a computer system which performs which make decisions and identify the patterns. AI in workforce. Nowadays AIs are used in financial industries, which detects the fraud directions and its capability to analyze large amount of database, which can stop the fraudulent behaviors. It can also used in healthcare industry. AI in banking risk management, AI intelligence. AI involves in development of intelligence systems which performs tasks of typical require human intelligence. And this man uses AI technologies to automate the streamline hazard assessments and fraud detections and the compliance of monitoring. Machine learning is all about a training algorithm which lean from data and make predictions, which designed to detect the fraudulent transactions and evaluate some creditworthiness, predict market trends, and potential compliance. Next, deep learning. Deep learning utilizes artificial neural network, which analyze the complex financial data and meaningful insight, detect anomalies. Next is natural language processing. It's a technology which analyzes unauthorized data with customers' feedback, regulated documents, and articles. Next, please. Key users in case of AI risk management, which will be discussion by the Ravi.
Fraud detection. Nowadays, frauds most scams are uh, are uh, are in mobile banking and banking also, and AI detects the frauds easily, and it it detects anomalies as usual. behavior suspicious transaction in real times. For credit risk assessment, uh, they should be used AI power models to examine deserved data source including financial statement, creditor histories, and market trends, anti money laundering. AI banking ideas money laundering very easily with easily analyzing statistical patterns and customer behaviors. It analyzes all the behaviors of the customers with a easy manner. Cyber security. Nowadays, cyber crimes are mostly done in the banking sectors. So AI help to done with it easily. The development of AI management helps detect and respond to cyber threats in the real times. Next, market risk analysis. AI Pro itself is a marketer. It studies the data and use feeds, social media over relevant information to access market trends.
Effectiveness of AI identifying anomalies. Artificial intelligence demonstrate remarked effective in identifying anomalies and set new standard for fraud detection and prevention. Through advanced algorithm and machine learning techniques, AI showed its power in detecting anomalies with accuracy and efficiencies. These anomalies could include irregular transaction patterns and unusual spending locations. It will detect the user behavior and automatically adapt to the new patterns and make it very efficiency if any fraud or any anomalies will take place. Benefit.
Benefits of AI in banking management. Improved risk assessment. AI algorithm analyzes for the more accurate and timely risk assessment. It helps to bank identify potential assets. Enhanced fraud detection. As I said before, AI is in banking market detects prevents fraud activities by studying patterns. It detects anomalies and unusual behavior in real time monitoring.
In conclusions, integrated AI will take place in a big part in the risk management and enhance decision making in provide real-time analysis. Predictive modeling and automation is only to improve efficiency of risk assessment in financial sectors. Thank you.
Dharini and Lokesh from Kongu Arts. Sorry, Dharini.
Good morning to one and all present here. My name is Dharani from Konga Arts and Science College. My teammate name is Logesh. I have chosen the topic on blockchain and cryptocurrency. About blockchain, blockchain is a method of recording the information that makes impossible to hack or manipulated. The blockchain structured as stores transactional records is known as block and public in several databases is known as chain. The storage referred as digital ledger. Every transaction in this ledger is authorized by the digital signature of the owner, which authenticates the transaction and safeguard. Going to the next slide. Blockchain impact on banks. Many cases for blockchain finance is arguably the most prominent one. The technology inspection is
Bitcoin was promoted by the 2008 financial crisis, which had devastated the global economy. Blockchain was aimed to address many of the weaknesses that were exposed during the financial crisis. Blockchain protocols are already starting to challenge the banking industry in the terms of payments. Matthew M. Darmet, head of the digital assets at Golden told CNBC in August that
NGP College.
In that next 5 to 10 years, you can see the succession where all assets and liabilities are native to the assets and liabilities native to the banks. Cryptocurrency overview. Cryptocurrency is a digital payment system that does not relate to the banks to verify the transaction, that can enable everyone.
Main Padma, the overview under it.
How cryptocurrency impact on bank sectors. By eliminating the need for intermediaries, cryptocurrency can significantly reduce the cost and time required for the remittance, make it more accessible and affordable for the individuals. Unlike traditional banks, where control and authority lay with its centralized institution, cryptocurrency is built on blockchain technology, which allows to peer-to-peer transaction without the need of intermediaries. Next topic is taken by my teammate.
Why banks are cautions of cryptocurrency? According to the study conducted by the Association of Certificated Anti-Money Laundering Specialist and the UK's Royal Unitary Service Institute, nearly 63% of banking industries perceive cryptocurrency as a risk rather than the opportunities. It's decentralized of nature. Cryptos assets are created as an alternative to traditional banking infrastructures. Cryptocurrencies are not added to the capacity of centralized government, bank, or agencies. A cryptocurrencies that's managed by a central bank diminish the appeal of the asset. KYC concerns. KYC means known your customers or known your client. Cryptocurrencies allow for peer-to-peer transaction with the regular intermediary. The users can transfer fund easily and quickly without any transaction fees. The transactions are simply linked to the transaction IDs. Cryptocurrencies transaction cannot be tracked for AML and KYC. Conclusions. There is an enormous economic growth by the cryptocurrencies, and the assets were reduced by the cryptocurrencies. Adopting cryptocurrencies and blockchains technology overall can streamline process and take banking into the next generation, streamline and efficiency and innovations. Thank you.
Can you tell me that which bank now you're using cryptocurrency and blockchain technology?
Nowadays, no one used. In future, it may be.
Oh my God, they are using.
No.
Okay.
NGP College, Sangeeta.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present on the topic investigating the opportunities and challenges in cross-border payment system. So in simple words, there are two parties involved in cross-border payment system. One is payer and another one is payee among different countries. So it is the transaction between individuals, business entities and other corporate enterprise between or among different countries. Next, what are cross-border payment system? So the Financial Stability Board categorized cross-border system into three main segments. First one is wholesale. Wholesale cross-border payment represent the majority of cross-border transaction by value. They are defined as payments between financial institutions, including banking and non-banking. Generally, these payments are used by financial institutions to support own and their customer activities. Second one is retail. Retail cross-border payments are those between individuals and businesses. Typically, retail cross-border payments are low value and high value transaction. So it represents the majority of cross-border transaction by volume. Key types of retail system is person to person, and second one is person to business. Third is business to person, and fourth is business to business. And the last one is remittances. It is a subsection of person to person retail payments. Remittances are primarily sent to receiver in emerging market and developing economics. Next, why are cross-border payments are important? First, it helps to expand supply chain across borders. Second one, it increase asset management and global investment flows. Third one, growth in international electronic e-commerce leads to increased internet penetration. And the last one is increased remittance flows the system from low and middle income regions. So the first opportunity is there are plenty of opportunities and challenges in cross-border payment system. Commonly facing opportunities and challenges are mentioned here. First one is market expansion. As businesses expand globally, the demand for efficient cross-border payment solution grows and create opportunities for payment service providers, banks, and technology companies. Second one is financial inclusion. Improving access to financial services for unbanked population in emerging market through cross-border payment solution can lead to significant business opportunities while also promoting financial inclusion. Third one is innovation. The example for innovation is fintech. The rise of fintech company has led to innovative solution for cross payments, offering faster, cheaper, and transparent transactions. Fourth one is
Time of you come for a conclusion.
So the future of cross-border payment system is AI and artificial intelligence and machine learning. These technologies will enable predictive analytics, fraud detection, and risk management capabilities. enhancing the security and accuracy of cross-border payments. And second one is open banking and APIs. Open banking refers to the practice of banks and financial institutions opening up their application programming interfaces to third-party developers, allowing them to access financial data and create new application and services. And the last one is blockchain and distributed ledger technology. Blockchain and the DLT are expected to play a crucial role in streamlining cross-border payments by offering faster, cheaper, and more secure transaction without the need for intermediaries. Thank you.
It's the same question, the last person has asked the same question. Can you tell me that which bank is using that blockchain and cryptocurrency in cross-border payment in India? Which bank is using them?
HDFC.
Only the HDFC? To check and come back, right? Okay.
Thank you.
Madhuprita and Neha from NGP.
A warm greetings to one and all gathered here. So I am myself Neha and Madhuprita from Department of International Business of Dr. NGP Arts and Science College. So we are here to present the topic exploring the nexus of blockchain technology revolutionizing finance and beyond. Our theme and our paper studies and explores the relationship between blockchain technology, focusing on its fundamental principles for contemporary economics. So we have examined the transformative potential of blockchain in finance, practical applications, benefits, and challenges. Introduction to the sector. Blockchain is widely based on the fintech sector, and it is one of the fast growing and booming sectors. It helps business in risk management, innovation, cost reduction, and also the industry is predicted to generate among $158 billions revenue by in 2023 end. And the blockchain technology has been used in finance over 6 years and have given rise to the decentralized finance. We have made a conceptual study and our objectives are to understand the concept of blockchain technology, to study the impact of blockchain in finance revolution. Further will be continued by Madhuprita.
So my friend has discussed on the day one going to discuss about the conceptual study. First, blockchain technology. So types of blockchain. Types of blockchain is of 3 types, namely public blockchain, executive blockchain, hybrid blockchain. Public blockchain, example, Bitcoin, Ethereum. Exclusive blockchain is where decentralized distribute ledgers operated by a single ledger entity or a group. Hybrid enables business to build their own premises. Example, growers, professors, distributors, and retailers. So benefits and drawbacks. The major benefits are disappear structures, quickness, smart contractors. Drawbacks, private keys, stability is an issue, high installation costs, and the impact of blockchain in finance sector is where first money transfers. Second, increased transaction security. Third, customer data storage. Last, we are conclude digitalization is transforming various sectors, including finance, with advancement like AI and machine learning, and also blockchain technology backed by AI has the potential to transformation wealth transmissions. However, challenges like stability and security need to be addressed. Thank you.
Can you explain the blockchain and cryptocurrency, how it's differ from internet banking?
Blockchain is actually a distributed ledger. Cryptocurrency uses blockchain. Blockchain is an integral part of cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is like digital currencies for which blockchain is very useful.
Okay, can you tell me that the banks using in India, they are using cryptocurrency as well as the blockchain or only the cryptocurrency?
There are several banks that support cryptocurrencies like HDFC Bank, Incel Bank, and S banks. But still, there is no regulation taken place. So banks are supporting, but they don't trade in cryptocurrency directly.
Okay, good. Thank you. The NGP, any other person left out? Gautam? Gautam, yeah, okay.
So good afternoon to one and all present here. I am here to present about sustainable finance and green banking. So what sustainable finance is nothing but it is a financial regulations, standards, norms and products that pursue an environmental objective. It is a long-standing concept with adaptation of Paris Climate Agreement. Its finance flow consistent with the pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development. It plays a key role in the European Green Deal and in other EU international agreements. Since COVID-19 pandemic, its role is even more important. So next one is what are the three pillars of sustainable finance? So it's environmental, social, and governance. So environmental is nothing but the relationship between the company and the environment. The next one is social. It's a social relationship between the society and the organization. Governance is nothing but relationship between the organization and the stakeholders involved in the organization. Next one. So there are three components of sustainable finance. And the first one is new financial model. So there are many banks that established green banks, but now today sustainable finance here is a new financial model which develops for the reason of to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions and carbon outputs in the economy. And the second one is what are the principles of sustainable finance? The main reason of sustainable finance to reduce the carbon outputs, paperless billing statements. And third one is advertising global challenges. Its main motive is to advertise the global challenges faced in the economy. So types of sustainable finance products. The first one is green loans. So there are different types of sustainable finance products available. The first one is green loans. That the loan is provided by the banks for the purpose of uh, providing environmentally specially projects to improve the projects to reduce global emissions. There's a relationship between the global companies. So there is a relationship, positive relationship between green companies and the green funds. So green companies are nothing but investments in share of companies advancing positive environmental goals such as renewable energy or electrical vehicle fleets. Green funds are nothing but investment in funds interested or selected for companies with positive environment footprints such as funds with only peer leading companies in terms of carbon reflection. The next one is green debt, that are debt instruments aimed at projects and are companies combating climate change and environmental degradation. There are three types of green debts, that is bonds, green and sustainable bonds, sustainability backed bonds. So bonds are nothing but the credit issued in public markets to finance project aims at positive environmental change. Next one is loans, that is credit issued in private markets aimed at positive environmental change. There are two types of loans available in sustainable finance products. First one is green and sustainable loans, and second one is sustainability backed loans. So green and sustainable loans are nothing but loans invested to stimulate development of environmentally friendly services and products such as energy saving home improvement loans. And the next topic is green banking. So green banking is nothing but a new financial trend where banks shift their investment strategies to focus on sustainable technologies and environmentally friendly initiatives. So it is adopted from the Paris Climate Agreement. Green banks are nothing, aren't just about making investments in climate resilient projects. Banks also become green at more local level by instituting eco-friendly lending policies. So they are investing in.
You can come for the conclusion part.
So there are four advantages of green banking. That is nothing but willing to take risks that matter, potential to scale with extra funding. The main ways to simple ways to get started green banking is nothing but paperless billing. That is to avoid paper bill payments. Next is mobile banking at home, so that you don't want to go to bank and do your transactions. You can do it by home. The future of green banking is nothing but to avoid the carbon emissions in the economy and providing and planting trees to reduce the global carbon dioxide emissions. Thank you.
It's a good presentation, and it is regarding green banking.
Yes, sir.
So I think we are across 60% towards green banking in the current trend.
Yes, sir.
So still 40% is not yet improved. Right. What are all the causes that has been behind the lacking source for the improvement?
Sir, for that, so planting trees is one of the causes, sir. So trees are getting demolished, and the second one is pollution. Most populations are using.
So now you are saying that it is green banking, so we have to go with the planting of trees.
So planting of trees is one of the parts, sir. And another one is to reduce pollution. A population should reduce using vehicles and shift to electronic vehicles to reduce pollution.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
The next, Anita and Akshay Sri from KPR.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Anita and my teammate Akshashri from Department of BCom Information Technology. Here we are going to discuss about cyber security in financial institution. I'm going to give a introduction. Financial security is primary target for everybody because it contains valuable data and regulatory bodies such as Security Exchange Commission and the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority protect customer. They also impose very strict laws. And next part, Akshashri will explain.
Next, cyber security in landscape, vulnerability, weakness in system explored by attacker to deliver a successful attack. Next, cyber security awareness. We should bring about cyber security among employees, businessmen, and individuals. Cyber threats. There are different types of cyber threats, malware, phishing, etc. Regulatory environments. Government imposes cyber security regulation and standardized to protect data. Next, my team will explain.
I'm going to discuss about different types of cyber threats. First one, malware. If third person in sending link, if you click that and go means they will easily attack and take your details. Second one is phishing. It can done through phone calls, email, or fraudulent website. If anybody calling and telling that we are from particular bank and we need your credit card or details, if you give the details, they will easily access your details and take the money from you. So please don't give such details. If you give the details, they will easily access. Bank does not ask about such details. Third one, insider threats. This threat happen within organization. For example, any employee or retired employee can give the company details for money, or employee without proper training, they can be misused by the attackers. And next one, ransomware. For example, if I'm sending messages to somebody, it can also read by the attacker. This will not attacker easily. அது by இப்போ நான் ஏதாவது வந்து மெசேஜ் அனுப்புனேன் அப்படின்னா அது வந்து எனக்கும் எனக்கும் அப்புறம் அனுப்புறவங்க பர்சனுக்கு மட்டும் வந்து தெரியும் நான் நினைச்சிட்டு இருக்க முடியாது. ஆனா தேர்ட் பர்சன் வந்து இது ஈஸியா படிக்கலாம். எஸ்கியூஆர் நெக்ஸ்ட் வந்து எஸ்கியூஆர் இன்ஜெக்ஷன். இதுவும் வந்து ransomware மாதிரி தான். It allow the attacker to read my personal data easily. Next slide. Okay, next will explain measures will explain by Akshay.
Measures of cyber security. Cyber security controls are mechanism used to prevent and mitigate cyber threats and attacks. Rule regular software patching and updates. Patches are softwares and operating system OS updates that address security within a program or product. Employee training and awareness. Employees awareness training is a critical component of establishing a strong and secure organization. Data encryption. Data encryption converts data from a reliable plain text format into an unreadable encoding format. Backup and recovery. Backup and recovery describes the process of creating and storing copies of data that can be used to protect organization against the data loss. Regulatory compliance. Regulatory compliance is an organization adherence to law, regulation, guidelines, and specification relevant to its business process. Next, my team will.
We have come to conclusion part. Now I'm like to share one important information that last month from KPR, all first years do rally about cyber security awareness. In we must bring awareness about cyber threat awareness, uh, and also we should not share important information like password to third person, so that this way we can reduce cyber threat. Thank you.
Ma, it was a nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any student is waiting for the presentation? Okay, and have you all had your food? Lunch? Okay, you can, if you want to go for having lunch or some refreshment, you can go and you can assemble here by 3:15. The valedictory will begins, right? Thank you.
Close the door.
One of the
On off keyboard लगा
Dear participants, so I will be, dear participants, so I will be telling the college name. Any one of the volunteer, please come and occupy the front seats. Okay. St. Joseph's College. Any one. NGP College. PSG College. NGP, any 2 or 3 members you can come and occupy because so many participants, I hope so. PSG. Congo Arts College. Congo Arts. Kindly raise your hand and then come back. Congo Arts. Okay. Sri Krishna. KCT Business School. KCT Business School. Okay. Krishnamal College for Women. Krishnamal College for Women. NGP Technology. 18. Both for NGP you are sitting or NGP Technology you are sitting. NGP you separately get it and for NGP Tech you separately get it. Okay. Periyar University. Periyar University. Oh, okay, okay. Fine. Pungu Engineering College. You are Pungu. AVP College. Government Arts College. Jansen College. Jansen. Nirmala College. You both of you come. Ma'am, Jansen College. You please come and sit here. Okay. Sri Krishna. Sri Krishna College of Arts and Science. Same. Like engineering. Okay, fine. Ratinam. Ratinam College of Arts and Science. Visit here. AVP College. AVP. Anybody is from? Yeah, oh, come. VET College. VET participants. CMS College. Two participants only, you can come and visit. Come. Bishop Ambrose. Bishop Ambrose College. Turfs Academy. Nehru College. SRM University. SRM. SNMV. SNMV College. SNMV students. Ramakrishna College. Yeah, okay. RBS College. Come and occupy here. Participants, if you're having any clarification regarding certificates after distribution, you can just go to reception desk or help desk to ask for the clarification. Okay? Thank you. Gobi Arts and Science College. Volunteer. Gobi Arts and Science College.
Amidst the hustle and bustle, we pause to extend our warmest welcome. Here's to new beginnings, cherished connections, and endless possibilities. With this note, I would like to invite our Dr. Seduraman sir, Associate Professor, Department of Information Technology, KPR College of Arts, Science and Research. We welcome you, sir.
வாழிய செந்தமிழ் வாழ்க நற்றமிழர் வாழிய பாரத மணித்திருநாள். Good evening to one and all present here. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all to the valedictory function of this wonderful conference. First of all, I would like to welcome the dignitaries on the dais, Dr. T. Sendil Kumar and Dr. Janagraman sir. And I also welcome our beloved Dean, Dr. K. Kumada Devi. And I also welcome the other heads of various departments. And the last but not the least, the student community. Today has become a wonderful day, and for which we must thank the Almighty and also our management for providing a wonderful support. So with these few words, I welcome you all.
We are incredibly grateful for sharing your wisdom and expertise with us today. Your speech has left a lasting impression on all of us. Thank you, sir.
Now it's time to announce the Best Paper Award. I request Dr. K. Kumda Devi ma'am to announce the Best Paper Award.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. It's my great honor. Once again, I welcome Chief Guest of the conference, Professor Sendil sir from AP University, and Professor Janagaban sir from Government College, Kumbakonam. Convener of this conference, Dr. Shezraman sir and Balakrishnan sir. My own team, Dr. Jyoti ma'am and Shrikala ma'am, all lovable participants. Once again, good afternoon to all. It's the right time for announcing the best paper. All papers are best. That's way noted by our chief guest. Such a way you presented paper towards the topic. And this is a collaboration, this kind of discussion will make our India very strong in coming years. This kind of participation will make our again, we are number one in the international arena. Like this is mindset. With the permission of our chief guest and convener and all our team of jury, I'm happy to announce the best paper for the third place. Third place, Kevin Rajan, NGP College of Arts and Science. And team, Kevin Rajan and team. Who is it, Kevin Rajan? You have team another one. Now I request the chief guest to honor the candidates. I'm happy to announce second place goes to Rajesh Kannan and Hari Kumar, Ratinam College, tips. Congratulate them. So it's a time. Score wise, there is a minor difference between third, second, and first. So accordingly, the first prize, PV, Joanne, and Steffi from Nirmala College of Arts and Science, Calicut. There are another 4 candidates that presented well. That's your credit will be mentioned in the certificate that will be distributed from the MOC desk. Once again, on behalf of our School of Commerce and my own behalf, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Chief Guest of this great conference today, Professor Sendil sir and Professor Janagiraman sir, for his presence till our valedictory session. Thank you, sir. So I'm happy to thank our convener of this conference, Dr. Balakrishnan sir and Seduraman sir, such an wonderful contributions made today, sir. Without your contribution, definitely the seminar would not happen like this. Thank you so much. Tell me this. Then I'm happy to thank all the heads of the department, HOD of Commerce, Dr. Shanti Madam, HOD of BCom CA, Dr. Shekhar sir, HOD of BCom PA, Dr. Kartika ma'am, HOD of Business Analytics, Dr. Venkateshan sir, HOD of E-commerce, Dr. Jyoti ma'am, and HOD of our IT, again Seduraman sir and everything. Then happy to thank Srikala ma'am also, such a wonderful contribution here. One thing I want to say about Dr. Vinayak and Dr. Srinivasan. Both are the conference secretaries. Such a wonderful contribution they made. So I'm a wholehearted thanks to them. Without the help of Vinayak and without the help of Srinivasan, definitely the conference is not happened. So I'm a heartfelt thanks both of them. Where is Vinayak sir? Thank you so much. Where is Srinivasan? Where is Srinivasan sir? Okay. So such a, your applause makes meaning. So once again, I thank professors in the team of BCom B&A, Dr. Davamani ma'am, Dr. Hemlata ma'am, Dr. Indrapriya, and the professor of BCom IT, Dr. Kausalya ma'am. Finally, final touch. All the participants from our different parts of our nation and online presentations also, your delegate, your presence made this conference success. And my heartfelt thanks to my lovable children. I think my children, without them, I'm not here. So your contribution enormous, marvelous. So this is our starting. We will do many conferences in future with the blessings of God Almighty. Thank you all. This is the announcement from MOC desk. The best presenter of this session, Ms. Sankita from NGP. That credit mentioned in the certificate, madam, you can collect from MOC desk. And Diksha PSG College, your credit also mentioned in your certificate. Both done a wonderful presentation. Then the best influencing department for this conference in our own school, KPR College, that is a BCom CA department. Hats off to Dr. Shekhar sir, such a great support to make this conference. Thank you all.
It's a time for certificate distribution.
So I request all the participants, volunteers to receive your certificates. St. Joseph College, St. Joseph's College. I request the dignitaries to issue the certificates. I request all the participants to receive your certificates from outside of that registration desk. Thank you.
Showing gratitude is one of the simplest yet most powerful things humans can do for each other. With this quote, we extend a heartfelt welcome to our Dr. Balakrishnan sir, Associate Professor, KPR College of Arts, Science and Research. We welcome you, sir.
Very good evening, one and all present here. Yado hasta tato drishti. Yato drishti tato manaha. Yato manaha tato bhava. Yato bhava tato rashaka. Since morning onwards, we are seeing what about the knowledge ability of the students at various colleges. When I was studying, I didn't see this type of thirst in the mind of the students because there were no resources on those days. We depend only the libraries. That's it. But nowadays, you can easily access any types of knowledgeable aspects from Google, like types of search engines. So since morning onwards, we see the elaborate knowledge in the technology aspects along with the commerce. So we are very happy. Then this is a academic year end semester will be started soon at various colleges. Even though various participants from various colleges have got huge quantum of confidence on this title, as well as huge quantum of confidence on our college. You have participated and most of you have presented your papers here. We are very happy. We are wonder about your knowledge. Just like our ma'am, Dean ma'am told, all papers are very good papers. Yes, really. Really, it's a very good papers. Yes, because your quality of the papers I have seen when you have posted your papers through our email. Every day I open your papers and go through that. The quality is so good. Definitely, you have done very wonderful job. So in this situation, I'm very happy to express my heartfelt thanks to all of you to participate in this function, as well as in this international conference at very gorgeous manner. Then I express my heartfelt thanks to our management to provide the opportunity to conduct this type of international conference in this occasion. The next, I express my heartfelt thanks to our principal ma'am. Just morning, as I said, without captain, a ship is not sailed itself just like that. The captain of the KPR College of Arts, Science and Research ship is our principal ma'am. So I express my heartfelt thanks to her. The next, I express my heartfelt thanks to our always wonderful guide, as well as very supportive person of our school, heroine of our commerce school, our Dean ma'am. Because she has supported at all angles to boost up our energy. Whenever we degrade, immediately she came and also give her boost up to energetic level. Boost up our energy. I express my heartfelt thanks to you, ma'am. The next, I come to the keynote speaker's point of view. So before 3 months, I contacted Dr. Sendil sir from AP University. Since that beginning onwards, he didn't refuse anything. Whatever it may be, we conveyed that immediately he accessed. Then he has given immediate reply. If he asked anything, we will delay. We delayed more. Simultaneously, if we ask anything to him, he immediately replied. So really, I wondered that. So that much of passions he has. What about his ability? I have seen directly at AP University at Malaysia. So such wonderful person, such a good academic excellence person, the legend of academic also. I express my heartfelt thanks to you, sir. The next I come to our Jani Raman sir. Today only I have seen, but even though I wondered about that, because he has given that much of statistics point regarding what about the dollars, all those things, he has explained more. So really we are very happy. As a students, you have got an opportunity to hear these types of statistics. We don't know after 20 years or 20 years, 25 years, will we have these type of opportunities or not? We don't know regarding that. Why? Tomorrow we don't know whether we are getting or not. So you have fixed a milestone in your life to hear these types of speeches. I express my heartfelt thanks to you, sir. Then I express my heartfelt thanks to our Balaji sir, who is in absence here. He has also given a wonderful presentation as well as knowledge level elaborated also. Then I express my heartfelt thanks to our co-convener as well as one of the convener, BCom IT Department HOD, Dr. Seduraman sir. So he has cooperated more along with me since these 2.5 months. At whatever it may be the angle, he has discussed more things regarding this as well as helped more to run this occasion very gorgeous manner. Thank you, sir. Then I express my heartfelt thanks all my fellow heads of the departments, School of Commerce. So all 5 pillars except these 2 pillars, because we are on the roll, remaining on 5 pillars, they cooperated more. At what yesterday, they voluntarily came, not only the yesterday, since when it has been started, the program planning has been started, automatically they came voluntarily and asked if there is any work, please give us. We are ready to cooperate with us. We are saying all those things. So I express my heartfelt thanks to all the heads of the departments in School of Commerce, as well as the School of Management, then School of Computer Science, then School of Costume Fashion Technology. Then last but not least, I express my heartfelt thanks to all participants from various colleges, all participants and paper presenters from our KPR College of Arts and Science Research. I express my heartfelt thanks to all of you. Then I express my heartfelt thanks all my colleagues in our BCom B&I department, simultaneously BCom IT department also, because they didn't see any time, whatever it may be the time, I call immediately, they replied me. So such a wonderful job, especially what ma'am said. All the faculty members of the 2 departments have done very wonderful job. Then I express my heartfelt thanks all technicians regarding the mic, then YouTube link creators, then all housekeeping persons, then any drivers who are working on behalf of this conference, any types of aspects. If there is anybody's name is left out, so I include all those names. So thank you very much once again. The same level of conference will be conducted in the forthcoming years also. All of you don't forget this occasion. Again and again you come to our campus, share your ideas and feedbacks with us. We are ready to access your feedbacks. We want to improve ourselves. At any time you can contact us. We are ready to share anything to you. Thank you very much once again. Jai Hind.
I request our Dean Ma'am to present Best Influence Department Award for the Department of CA.
I request all the HODs and the Best Papa Award winners to come front for a photography session. Raising for national anthem is a timeless tradition, a symbol of our unwavering devotion to our country and its principle. With this note, let us all raise for the praise national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जगति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे